Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlor.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. It is a Thursday, and coming up on the show, we'll get you set for the day by checking out last night's playing games in the NBA. Heat in Chicago, Mavericks in Sacktown. In 20 minutes, we'll continue with the association and some of the series spreads we're seeing now at BetMGM. That is followed by the latest NFL news at 6:40. At 7 o'clock, we'll look at pro basketball superlatives, including which series is the most interesting, which team is facing the most pressure. Our favorite plays in the majors are ready for you at 7:20 before we talk NFL draft at 7:40. And finally, in the 8 o'clock hour, it is more from the hardwood as the postseason continues to take shape in the NBA. We'll also talk more NFL draft with Ryan Roberts, who covers the NFL and is a college football analyst for A to Z Sports. And you know what time it is at 8:40, our best bets, including a visit from the Dogster. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Chelsea, you look ready to go on this Thursday. I'm barely hanging on. How are you?
I feel like I signed on late today. I feel like I'm behind the eight ball, but I'm glad that I don't look the part. Jenks, last night. So do you ever plan your night around a game and then the game is absolutely terrible? So I get home from the gym and I'm like, okay, I'm going to make dinner. I'm going to watch, this Bulls and Heat game. And they're down by 30. And I'm like, do I really want to sit here and watch a game that's a 30-point blowout? So, I sat there and, I sat through, a lot of it, but that's always, a disappointment when you plan your night around something, because we were talking about this with the Masters, is that, sports is amazing because you really don't know what's really going to happen on a daily basis. You are not guaranteed a happy ending. You're not guaranteed a good game. Last night was living proof of that. So, I was sitting there making my pasta, watching a 30-point blowout.
Oh, no. Well, you got to make pasta sounds delicious. How was that? Sounds great.
Oh, it wasn't for me. It was for Blake. Blake eats nothing but buttered noodles. That's her favorite meal.
God, she's living high on the hog. Man, when I was a kid, just, whatever. Mom threw at me. You're making homemade pasta for Blake? Oh, my God.
I mean, it's not homemade. I literally throw pasta in a boiling pot of water. I
thought you were rolling it and cutting it. Yeah, I'm like, oh, my God.
Absolutely
put a crown on her. That sounds incredible. No, I planned my day yesterday, and I was just going to have a lunch with a buddy of mine that I used to work with years and years ago, and he's in town filling in doing Caps coverage because Alexa Landestoy, who does Caps normally, is pregnant, so she's due any day. So he's filling in. He's kind of on baby watch. As soon as she leaves, then he's going to fill in and do some work, and so he's covered the team for a long time. It hasn't been in DC in forever. So yesterday he was off, and he's like, let's go get lunch. And so it was great to see him. It's probably been, a decade. And then that turned into, well, we got nothing going on. Let's go have drinks. So we did that. And then I texted Catherine. I'm like, why don't you slip out of work? So she joined us. So it ended up being a really fun day, but kind of out of nowhere. So I was watching a little bit of the early NBA action. And then, then I had to go bed like I always do. But I wasn't doing something cool like making homemade pasta for my daughter.
I wasn't either. I made pasta the normal way. I threw it in a bowl of water. I don't think I've ever made homemade pasta. Have you?
Oh, me? If I made Hamburger Helper, it would be some sort of accomplishment. No, I don't even know if they sell that anymore. No, I'm a terrible cook. If I cook refried beans in the microwave and then wrap them in a tortilla, I'm like, oh, look at me, Mr. Mexican food. This is a bean burrito. I'm awful. So, no, I would never be able to make pasta from scratch. Dylan is saying in the chat his mother makes pasta from scratch. That sounds amazing. I feel like if you're doing that, then you have to have a real skill. You're a chef-esque in the kitchen.
Well, or you're Italian. I feel like that's a big Italian thing, right? I am not Italian. I don't know if you could hear by my accent that I'm squarely Southern.
Yes.
That's my ethnicity. I am from the southern part of the United States. I don't know. Like, my mom never made pasta from scratch because my mom's from Kansas. So, like, she grew up, with like fresh steak and potatoes and corn. So, like, that's what I was kind of brought up on, that and like TV dinners. So, you're right. When I was little, I also got the joy of like whatever my mom would throw in the microwave.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this cornbread and this TV dinner tastes real good right now. Maybe I'll have some of the Salisbury steak as well. Let's hear about your bets last night. Oh, yeah, you know that. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, remember that? Yeah, it's a classic.
I remember when my mom used to make us like occasionally buy school lunch, and it would be like Salisbury steak day, and you're like, oh no, it's not square pizza day. Like, those were the worst days. And could be said about my best bet. It wasn't that bad. Like, I had Spencer Strider over strikeout prop, 5.5 strikeouts. Because listen, this guy has excellent strikeout stuff, but he only finished with 5. Only went 5 innings. I kind of knew that would be the case. I thought he could get one more, but we were 1 strike away from cashing this bet. It's how baseball goes sometimes. So an L for me on the best bet. But the squad play hit. First 5 under 4.5. I believe that one was 2-1, 2-0, something like that. I do remember checking the box score because this was an early game. So 1-1 day for me.
All right, very good. I was on that squad play. Yeah, James were up 1-0 after 5, so I don't want to say no sweat because usually bets are a sweat no matter what. You never know in baseball, but that was a dub for this guy. Also had the A's on the money line against the White Sox, and the A's won 3-1. I was just fading the White Sox, which is not hard to do. Donkster had Mavs +5 against the Kings. The Mavs went outright. 120-106. We'll get into that game. So for the week, you're 2-3. I'm 3-3. The Donkster 2-1 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. And we begin with the NBA. Started with the Heat downing the Bulls last night, 109-90. Game not close. Heat getting a 1.5. They're +110 on the money line. The under hits with your total set at 219. And the hook, Tyler Hero leads away with 38, and he dominates.
Wiggins just takes it out of the hand of Kobe White. Here's Tyler Hero. The pass to Adebayo. Those two connecting once again.
Call courtesy of ESPN. Hero was just red hot early. Makes his first 8 shots of the game. Goes 13 of 19 overall. Bam Adebayo, 15 points, 12 boards. Andrew Wiggins with 20 points and 9 rebounds. And the Heat lost all 3 games to the Bulls during the regular season, but then they turn around and eliminate Chicago from the play-in tournament for the 3rd straight year. I thought this was going to be a close game, but it just wasn't.
Yeah, absolutely. As I was making pasta, I was very disappointed. But I'm surprised you didn't use the play on words. Sometimes it's fine to play hero ball, right? You got to make some play on words with Tyler Hero. Big night for him, 38 points, as you mentioned. This is what they wanted to see from their young star, because obviously since Jimmy Butler left, I think people had some questions on who the go-to guy was going to be. Tyler Hero has filled that role with ease, and especially in the biggest game of the season thus far. So the Heat are moving on. Big second quarter for them. Big first quarter, I should say. Scored 39 in the first quarter. Bulls didn't really have much in this one. Is it a shock? Not really. The Bulls have not been a great team. Pretty middling. I know that they had 3 straight wins against the Heat, but I don't know. The Heat looked like the much better team, and the score definitely reflected that.
Yeah, no question about it. Josh Giddey does return for the Bulls and leads Chicago with 25 points. So now the Heat move on to face the Hawks on Friday night in an elimination game, and the Hawks are laying a 1.5. We'll handicap that, I'm sure, tomorrow before the game gets underway. Elsewhere, out in the West, it is the Mavericks crushing the Kings 120-106. The Mavs getting 5.5. Mavs +180 on the money line, and the overhits. Total set at 213.5. Anthony Davis pacing Dallas with 27 points, 9 rebounds, 3 blocks, and Klay Thompson heats up early.
They're making the Kings play in trap, and Klay Thompson has the hot hand. He's hit 3 3-pointers now. Meanwhile, the Mavs this quarter, 5 of 6 from 3. Williams has 2 triples. Thompson with his 4th. Klay Thompson catching fire.
Highlight from ESPN. Thompson scores 16 of his 23 in the second quarter, Chelsea. 4 triples as well. The Mavs lead by 23 points at the half and never look back. These games were not the close, the, oh my God, I can't believe who's going to win this game. And they just weren't close at all. Like, the Heat roll, and so do the Mavericks.
Yeah, these weren't good games. But I will say this, the player prop parlays did come through. I had, who is it? Zach LaVine 20 plus. He scored exactly 20. Tyler Hero 20 plus. And then Manas Buzelis, 1 3-pointer. That came through. Of course, I didn't play it because we're all scared to play the NBA. But Jenks, you were spot on with the Mavericks in this one. And it's a good night for the Mavs. Obviously, when you hit 50% of your 3-point attempts, of course, Klay Thompson was a huge part of that, but I didn't see that one coming. I thought this was going to be a battle down low, but really it was the guard play of the Mavericks that was the difference here. The shots were falling. The offense looked in sync, which I knew was a huge question when you trade away, obviously, your best player, Luka Doncic. How's the offense going to fare? At least against the Kings, looks pretty good. And the Kings, I think, have missed like the regular postseason tournament now for 18 of the last 20 seasons, something like that. Oof. Oh man, the Kings, what are you doing, man?
They get 33 from DeMar DeRozan, 20 from Zach LaVine, and they finished the season as the second worst team in the NBA against the number when playing at home. That was part of the handicap yesterday. So now the Mavericks moving on Friday night. Their elimination game is in Memphis against the Grizz, and the Grizz laying 6.5. How about some Major League Baseball before we get into more basketball in the next segment? The Dodgers edging the Rockies last night out in L.A., 8-7. The Dodgers minus 325 on the money line. The total, yeah, I know, it's so stupid. Dodgers hit the over with the total set at 8 and a hook, and you're just not going to believe who played well in this game.
Marquez with a 1-2 pitch. And Shohei hammers it. Ohtani obliterated. 427 feet.
Of course he does. Spectrum Sportsnet with the call. Just a monster bomb from Shohei, who goes 2 for 5, including that home run. Freddie Freeman goes deep as well as part of a 2 for 3 night. But here's the thing. The Dodgers get 7 runs in the first inning. And you're like, oh my God, it's a blowout. A lot of people probably had the Dodgers on the run line. And they almost blow it because Colorado responds in the third with a grand slam from Michael Toglia. So LA gets the series sweep against the Rockies, but it was a lot closer than it should have been.
Right. And I think that's the biggest takeaway is that a lot of people probably had the Dodgers on the run line here because you see the big mismatch on paper. But surprisingly, the Dodgers have not been a super profitable team to bet on this season. If you bet $100 on the money line on each game of the Dodgers season, you'd only be up $143. But I should mention how bad the Rockies are. If you bet on the Rockies every game, you'd be down $1,160. So, you know, I think a lot of people probably saw that, but it's just a fun reminder in baseball that any team can contend with any team. And we saw that in the Dodgers and Rockies.
Oh, my God. You're betting on the Rockies. You're living in a van down by the river. They go 0 for 6 on their California road trip, 3-15 on the year. Yikes. Finally, the Twins edge the Mets in 10 innings, 4-3. Twins minus 120 on the money line. The underhead's total set at 8 and a hook, and we get some drama with the game tied at 3 in the extra frame.
Lines this one to right center field. That's a base hit. Misplayed in center. Buxton rounding third. He will score. Twins win. Twins win. The Minnesota Twins with a walk-off win.
It is Ty France with the walk-off after the Mets would tie the game in the 8th with a 3-run inning. That's courtesy of Twins Sports Network. So Minnesota improves to 7-12 on the season. You talk about needing a win. Just their second series victory of the year. And this is a team we were talking about, I guess, for the past couple days. It has one of the worst averages in baseball. So to get one against the Mets, pretty important for a Twins team that has more talent than they've displayed thus far.
Yeah, I think for me, I feel like the Mets have been winning all of these really close games. Like, I think they're one of the best teams so far in baseball, win in one-run games. So finally one didn't go their way. That's kind of the way the cookie crumbles. Eventually, you're not going to win all those close games. I feel like this was kind of an example of that.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And one interesting note from the Mets, Francisco Lindor singles in the 8th inning, probably not a big deal. This is a stat you don't hear a lot, but he now has a 20-game hitting streak at Target Field, which goes back to August of 2019. So that's the longest ever by an opposing hitter in the stadium's 16-year history. It's a really random stat, but it's crazy to think that this goes back now 6 years where, I mean, obviously we're talking about interleague play, but you go to a different stadium and in a different league and you hit really well. So I thought that was kind of bizarre, but kind of interesting.
Yeah, we see these stats in baseball occasionally. Like, there are so many stats. Like, did you see the one about the Rays who were like 0-11 on April 15th for the past like 14 seasons? Like, I don't know what you take away from them, but they are fun to think about.
Yeah. Coming up next on the show, we'll continue talking a little NBA with the playoffs in full swing. We'll look at some of the series spread in the league. And if you don't want to bet on each individual game, you've got another way to maybe make some cash. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us on a Thursday morning.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip on BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Thanks for waking up with us. Coming up in a couple minutes, look at some of the series spreads in the association as we look at the different betting markets besides just individual games and totals. Chelsea, what's your signature dish? We're talking about this during the break. The disdain on your face. You say you're not much of a cook, but I feel like you're underselling a little bit. Like, you can cook, you know. You can't. You say no. What were you saying? A pot roast? You can make a mean pot roast.
Well, because all you do is put the ingredients in the slow cooker and you leave it for 6 hours. Like, there's a lot of wiggle room. Like, you don't have to watch it for like 11 to 16 minutes. Like, I even mess up pasta sometimes that just comes out of the box because it's like, you know, cook 11 to 16 minutes until al dente. And then I like do something else and I forget and it gets mushy. So no, I'm not embellishing how much I do not like to cook, because Jake is actually the one that does most of the cooking in our house. I don't know if you knew that.
No.
But he normally does the cooking. I'll do stuff if it's in the slow cooker, but other than that, not one of my interests.
All right, let me ask you this. What did you eat when you were in college? Because also you were a swimmer, but I would imagine you could probably eat whatever you wanted because you were in the pool all the time burning calories. Like, you hear about swimmers all the time, like they can just stuff their faces. Not that you would do that, but you can probably eat whatever you want because you're always in the pool just burning calories. Did you do that?
Yeah, but I didn't cook. Like, I went to the dining hall for every single meal.
Yeah.
So, like, it was prepared, and we had, like, a special athletic dining hall that I feel like the food was maybe better. I don't know. I just didn't think about what I was eating. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, now I'm like, hey, this has a lot of calories. Maybe I shouldn't eat this. Maybe I shouldn't have my third cheeseburger. But in college, you're right. I did consume a lot. But most of it was in the form of alcohol, which isn't very nutritious and didn't really give me much energy for swimming.
Oh, let me tell you, when I was in, was I in graduate? I think it was in graduate school. And I had an apartment on my own. And a buddy of mine was like, there was a Wendy's down the street. And he was like, hey, if you want to save some money, did you know you can get like a single cheeseburger and fries from Wendy's and a Frosty like every day for like $2.99? And this is a long time ago. He was like, if you get that, and he was laying out the actual financials of it. He was like, if you get that every day for lunch or dinner, you can actually save money instead of going to the grocery store. Like, he was putting it on paper, and I was like, you're right. I can have Wendy's every day for dinner. That sounds great. So for a month, I was going through the drive-thru at Wendy's. Like, I would have class, or I would just like pop in my car, go around the corner, go through the Wendy's, get my burger and fries and a Frosty and eat. And then at the end of the month, I was like, why do I feel so terrible? Why have I gained 10 pounds? I was like, oh yeah, maybe it's because I'm eating Wendy's every single night. So maybe I was saving some money, probably not, but I had to cut that out after about a month. What an experiment. It was like Super Size Me before that was a thing.
Yeah, fast food on a regular basis is probably not your best route of action. But I will say this, it's difficult to cook for one person. Like, I'm sure you've been at this, part of your life where if you're cooking for simply one person, do you really want to go through all that work for one meal? Like, unless you're saving leftovers, sometimes it is not financially like the best decision, especially if you're pinching pennies. So, like, I get it. I've been there. It's just the quality of meat and like the quality of food when you go to fast food. I'm not sure if it's top level.
The only time I've ever cooked for someone, because I'm a terrible cook, was a buddy of mine. This is back when I was in Austin, and it's before cell phones, and he was going through a divorce. We were young, and I would joke to him. I'd be like, what I would do is I would take Hamburger Helper. They used to have 3 cheese Hamburger Helper, and I would put cheddar cheese on top, and I'd call it 4 cheese. I'm like, look at my creation. Ooh. 4 cheese Hamburger Helper. And so I think we had it one night. And so one day randomly when he's going through this divorce, he shows up at my apartment door. I swear to God, it's like a sitcom. And I open the door and he's standing there and he's got a plastic bag with Hamburger Helper, meat, and cheese in it. He's like, 4 cheese tonight? And I was like, we'll do 4 cheese tonight. Come on in. So he sat down and I cooked 4-cheese hamburger helper, which, I mean, it's the easiest thing in the world to cook. I think it's the last time I cooked a meal for someone, and that was like 2 decades ago. I'm a terrible cook.
Well, you're a frequent customer of DoorDash is the problem.
That's true.
Because you guys just did DoorDash all the time. The funniest thing is that one time I made a pasta dish for Jake in college, and I thought it was like amazing. It was literally just pasta, and then I would put the sauce on cold and the cheese on top, and I would just put it in the microwave. Because I'm like, oh, all you have to do is heat up the sauce, right? But it literally was just going in the microwave, and I was like, oh my God, look at this delicious meal. He's going to want to marry me after this. Surprisingly so, he still did, but I don't think it was because of my cooking.
I don't know. Maybe he told the story to his buddies. Like, I tell you what, she won't admit it, but at one time she made that dish for me. I knew I was in. I was in.
Microwave.
Also, she makes a hell of a pot roast. Let me tell you that right now. Chelsea, let's cook up some wins or cook up some bets here when it comes to series spreads in the NBA playoffs. So we've almost got the entire playoff slate set. Magic, Celtics, Pistons, Knicks, Bucks, and Pacers in the East. When you look at these series spreads, I am not as creative as you are as a bettor. I've said that before. I know you kind of maybe hate it when I say it, but you really find creative ways to bet on series, to bet on games, player props, whatever it may be. So how do you feel about series spreads as a way to maybe make some money here?
I think obviously it's series dependent, and I think it's like you're looking for a team that fits a certain mold. Okay, so which of these teams do you think can be an underdog and push this series to a game 6 or a game 7? So for me, the one we've been talking about all week long, the Pistons and the Knicks. Don't we feel like this series is going to be a lot closer than I think people expect? So you can get the Pistons plus 1.5 games for plus 140. I feel like that's a pretty good one for a team that I think is a plucky underdog. I think there's a chance that the Pistons even win this series. So I think that's the one that kind of fits the bill. I think even like maybe the Bucks and Pacers, with, Giannis can take over a game, and Giannis has had some huge games against the Pacers. So I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, the Bucks can't make it a close series against the Pacers. That's a good one. Plus 1.5 games is minus 135. Some of these do not fit the bill. Like you look at the Magic plus 2.5 games, that's plus 225. I know that's enticing to say, oh, it's plus 225. I will not be taking that because remember the Celtics won the finals last year without even having to play Kristaps Porzingis in every game. So a team with a ton of depth, I will not be touching that series. But those other two in the East, like if we're starting off, those two look kind of appetizing.
Yeah, that's kind of where I would look as well. Like I'm big. I think the Pistons Knicks could absolutely go the distance. So if you can get plus money on Detroit, and we've talked about that matchup and why Detroit has nothing to lose, and the pressure is definitely on the Knicks being where they are because they're expected to win, and they certainly made the trade to get to this point, bringing in Cat, and they're finally healthy. So this is a series they should win. But man, the Pistons are much better than people think. So we've talked about that. I'd be on the Pistons plus 1.5 or plus 140. I will say this. I think the Bucks maybe can keep it close, but then I also think you're sort of splitting the difference here. I kind of think this could be a series where the Pacers cover the 1.5 spread and Giannis still goes off because they're not going to have Damian Lillard. So I don't know if Giannis, like if you're betting a points prop, and we talked about that yesterday, I would go over on Giannis's points prop. He's going to have to do everything for the Bucks since Dame Dalla is not going to play. But I can kind of see a situation where the Pacers actually cover the 1.5 spread. That's plus 115. So you're getting a little plus money there. But then Giannis, to compensate for the fact that he doesn't have his, his backcourt friend with him, his friend Damian, his best friend Damian. Since Dame Dalla's not going to be there, then all of a sudden I think the Pacers could dominate the series, but then Giannis still goes off because he has to compensate for that loss.
I like how you somehow made Damian Lillard not sound cool. Like, my friend Damian is going to come to the game. He doesn't know. His mom hasn't said yes that.
Right. Is Damian coming? No, he's sick.
Right.
He's going to be okay, though. Yeah.
Well,
I can see the Pacers
like,
still dominating.
We're talking about, like, creative ways to bet on these games. I think it's like, you take this to your advantage. The way that there are so many different ways to bet on these games and these series, and the more options you have, the better chance you have to find a good bet that kind of fits your hypothesis. So I think that's where you start. You have a hypothesis about the series. So like for you, what you were saying about Giannis is saying, okay, it's going to be Giannis. It's going to be him needing to take over games. So instead of taking the Bucks, you take a points prop for Giannis. And we talked about this yesterday. You can bet on the series average for these players. I think it's set at 30 for Giannis, which seems incredibly high. But for some of these high-end players, they're going to have huge games where they score, 50, 42, and it's going to skew the averages. Like you could also obviously go game to game, but I would imagine it'd be the same thing. Maybe it gives you a little wiggle room in case he gets, 28 one game. But I think that's the gist of it. Like it's not being creative. It's like, hey, here's my strategy, and I'm going to find a bet that matches the exact hypothesis that I have about this game or this series.
Yeah, this is where we, often, especially in football season, we talk about game script. Like, how is this game going to go? How is this series going to go? So you kind of have to have that in mind. How do you think this series will go? And based on that sort of macro view, okay, here's who I think is going to perform well. Here's how I think this series is going to go. How many games do I think it will go? Are there any maybe bench players who I expect to step up? So you kind of have to have that in mind before you bet any of these. But let's look at the Western Conference. So Warriors, Rockets, T-Wolves, Lakers, Clippers, Nuggets. There's a couple bets on the board that I think are interesting. I will say that I kind of like the T-Wolves at a game and a half. You're getting a game and a half at minus 145. Clearly the Lakers are favored to win that series. But I feel like the way Ant Edwards plays, and we saw last year like how amazing he was in the playoffs, like I can see him going off like he did last year and at least making the Lakers work for the series win. And now it's minus 145.
I'm not so sure. I feel like it really depends on like what we get from some of the Lakers role players. And obviously when you play at home, it certainly helps. Like, so some of these home games, I'm expecting more from the role players. But like, do you really want to fade LeBron James and Luka Doncic, especially Luka Doncic coming off a revenge season where he's out to prove people wrong? So I understand the handicap and you say, okay, Anthony Edwards is incredibly hard to guard and slow down for an entire series. I don't know. I know the Lakers feel like a square play, and the tough part of betting on the Lakers is that it's built into the price, that they're going to be a very public team. But like we see this in the postseason, you need superstars and you need guys you can count on in the postseason. And what have the Timberwolves done in the postseason?
Yeah,
nothing.
No, that's true. But you just needed to keep close. That's the interesting about these bets is that you don't need them to win. You just got to believe that it's going to be a competitive series. I think it's sort of built into the Lakers price because as everyone's going to be on the Lakers in this series. I feel like there is some value with the T-Wolves. So we're on opposite sides there. How do you feel about Clippers Nuggets? I don't want to skip over Warriors Rockets, but if you're looking at the Warriors plus a game and a half, it's minus 425.
Yeah.
And then the Rockets are, if you want them at minus a game and a half, that's plus 325. I don't really like either side there.
Well, yeah, because each side is heavily juiced. It's like they're kind of forcing you to not have a bet in this series. So let's go to Clippers and Nuggets. This one is price dependent too, because like I like the Clippers plus 1.5 games, but it's minus 175. So like I don't really want to lay that. I think if you really believe in the Clippers, just take them outright to win the series. No, right? Like if you have that strong of a feeling about the Clippers, and it does feel like the Clippers are playing their best basketball of the entire season. Kawhi Leonard is somebody who has taken a team and drug them by the collar and said, hey, we're going to win the NBA Finals. Toronto, let's go. So I think people kind of forget how good of a player he is and how good he can be. And plus the Nuggets, like we know the story there. They just fired their head coach. They're a team that's severely lacking in depth. Like if this was a one-game series, maybe the handicap would be different, but their offense falls off an absolute cliff when Nikola Jokic is not in the game. And I'm not sure if he can play every single minute of every single game. Like they should get Jamal Murray back. That's going to be a huge boost. And obviously a team that has plenty of postseason experience. And then the X factor is going to be James Harden. He's coming off an incredible year. Like I know people love to hate on James Harden, but the real questions come in the postseason. Can you depend on him to continue that level of play in the playoffs?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. And also, you mentioned Kawhi Leonard. I think it's really fascinating that we've sort of forgotten about Kawhi just because of the injury bug. But if you look at how he's played at the end of the season. Like, he's back to being the Kawhi Leonard that won an NBA title in Toronto. Over his last 12 games, he's averaging almost 27 points, 7 boards, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 2.5 3-pointers a game. So that is about as well-rounded as it gets in the NBA. And he was just white-hot, absolute superstar when he won that title with the Raptors, but he's been battling injuries. So if all of a sudden people start taking note, which I think we are now, like, hey, look at what Kawhi is doing right now out in LA with James Harden. Clippers could be a real surprise team out in the West if he can keep that up without the injury bug. Coming up next here on the show, ChatGPT has made some predictions for the NFL draft, but is it close to pro football we go? That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Thursday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Thursday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we'll look into what ChatGPT has to say about the NFL draft. We'll get some comments from artificial intelligence. Chelsea, how much do you use AI? ChatGPT, Gemini, Apple Intelligence, Otter AI. I think that's another one. I'm trying to think of all the artificial intelligence engines in my brain. Do you use this on a regular basis?
I do not. And I just recently found out that it takes like a bunch of energy even to do like the stupidest things for AI, because now on social media, there's this trend to make yourself into an action figure. I was like, oh, this is cute. And then I like look at the comments and it's like, this is going to like eradicate the rainforest with all the power that it's taking. This is one of those things that like my brain just doesn't comprehend. It's like when I first found out that like a Starbucks drink could have like 800 calories in it. I say to myself, it's liquid. How does it have that many calories?
Yeah.
It just doesn't compute with me. So maybe you can fill me in. Doesn't AI take like a ton of energy? Like it's the same with like Bitcoin mines, where I don't understand it, but I'm pretty sure it's bad for the environment.
The computing power it takes, especially where they want to go with artificial intelligence, takes a massive, like you have companies like Microsoft and Google and, you know, even Apple, these major technology companies, and they're spending a ton of capital expenditures, like millions and millions and millions of dollars on build outs, like across the country, where they're just building these computer farms, right? Where they have servers and all of the infrastructure that they need to build out, because they need just so much power for the potential of AI. Like even now, it just takes tons of power, tons of energy. So they're just investing in what's going to be part of our daily lives, what is already a part of our daily lives, but what will become increasingly so over the next decade or so. So they're spending, like, you see this all the time. Like when I go out to do Commanders, for example, and that was a no man's land for a long time. But on the way out there, you see these massive buildings being built. And they're just basically these huge houses for servers and computing equipment so that AI can run and have the energy and have the infrastructure it needs to operate. It's kind of crazy.
Well, especially like if it was for something meaningful. But the problem is people use AI for like the dumbest things. They're like, AI, make me into a warrior princess, like just for your entertainment. So like, I think that's the tough part, is that there's no like restrictions on it, right? Like you can download whatever and like you can do anything just like for a whim. So I don't know what it's going to cost, like as far as like, you know, the environment and all that, but it is kind of scary to think about.
Oh yeah. I use ChatGPT on a regular basis now. It's kind of crazy. And what's weird is that I don't use it to prepare for the show or anything. Like I can't be like, hey, do you like, I mean, we're going to talk about the draft, but it's interesting how, and sort of scary about the more information it knows about you, then it can spit out and have a conversation with you. Like I can type something into ChatGPT based on my health history from 2 months ago, and it'll say, well, since you've already had this done, like when I had that injection in my eye, they're like, well, remember when you had this done 2 months ago, based on that history, this is how you should heal now, which AI is going to be huge in medicine, because it can, you know, it can go into each individual's health history and basically output what is the best case scenario using, you know, different types of medicine or different types of procedures. It's kind of crazy. Even now you can see, well, based on what I know about you, this is probably the best avenue for you to take. And these are very simple versions of AI. So it's kind of interesting to watch in real time. Maybe I should stop using it now that I talk about it.
Well, that at least seems helpful. Like, I feel like I'm fine for things like that. It's just like now you see AI influencers where it's people who are not even the same gender, you know, where you can make yourself into a completely different person. You do the motions and it transforms you into like, make me a blonde girl. And it's this guy in like Idaho or something that's like turned himself into a hot girl, and he does these like OnlyFans videos. You're like, oh my God, people are so stupid. But it is scary. Like I saw a video of somebody turning a picture of Marilyn Monroe into video of her actually saying something. You're like, this could be very scary. If you're a celebrity and they're like, wow, look, Taylor Swift was, bringing flowers to like this terrible person. Like, I don't even want to say it because you get what I'm saying. You can make celebrities do really bad things and then people see it on social media and believe it to be true.
Yes. And to that end, we've seen people put information into ChatGPT and say, all right, give me the first round of the NFL draft. And it's pretty accurate. It says Cam Ward will go number 1. And ChatGPT says, this is not me talking, a new regime possibly wants their own guy. Travis Hunter going to the Browns at 2. He's 2 first-rounders in 1. That's what AI says. Abdul Carter going to the Giants at 3. Will Campbell, the big offensive tackle out of LSU, going to the Patriots at 4. Mason Graham, the big-time defensive tackle at Michigan, supposedly goes to the Jags at 5. And ChatGPT says, Jacksonville's run defense has been soft for years. Not wrong, though. I mean, you can, it'd be amazing if I would never do this, but you could do a show where, like, I'm just going to say whatever ChatGPT wants me to say, and I'll throw it out like it's my own thought.
Right. I think what it can't predict, though, is some of the volatility that we have with some of these personalities. Yeah. And this is why I don't really like betting on the draft. Like, when it's not like a foregone conclusion. Like, obviously, Cam Ward's probably going to go number 1 overall, but it's also built into the number. But when you have ownership that's kind of like, I don't know, the Giants, where they've had like accusations of like, hey, my son wants to draft this player for like fantasy football reasons, or like, something crazy like that sometimes these teams don't make the right decisions. And sometimes it is heavily based on like 1 or 2 people at the top that sometimes can have volatile decision-making processes. So I think that's where ChatGPT is not going to be able to predict things, and especially in the draft, because doesn't it feel like we get some kind of drama every single year at the NFL draft? Like maybe this is the year. It's the year of the chalk where, everything happens according to plan, but I don't know. Like, this is why we like sports, because things are unexpected. And this is why I think people follow the NFL draft, for some of these volatile decision-making.
Yes, and also if you're using ChatGPT for the draft or anything else, you do have to, it doesn't always get everything right. Like yesterday, I was running some financial computations on ChatGPT because we're thinking about moving, we don't know, and so I was looking at interest rates and money down and everything, and so I was using this to make some calculations, and I was like, I don't think that's right. And so I questioned it like, let me double check this. I want to ask this again. And it was like, hey, good catch. So it's not always right about everything. You have to be very careful when you use that. Now, one guy to keep an eye on who is not listed in any of the draft predictions is Desmond Watson. I don't know if you've heard of Desmond Watson, but he is a defensive tackle who played at Florida. He arrived as a freshman for the Gators at 380 pounds. Now he weighs 484 pounds. He is aiming to become the heaviest player ever drafted. He's going to be a late rounder, if he gets drafted at all. He's projected to go to Green Bay late. But what's interesting about him is that he's overweight. He knows it. He's battled with an eating addiction, but he sort of has that under control, but feels like he can still play at the NFL level. And what's crazy is at the NFL Combine, what they do is they see how many times you can bench press 225 pounds. That's the standard weight. Like, okay, get on the bench press. How many times can you do this? He did that. He wasn't at the scouting combine. He didn't get invited. But at the Florida Pro Day, he benched 225 pounds 36 times. So he's crazy strong. He just needs to lose some bad weight. But 484 pounds is just wild.
Yeah, it feels like it's too much to play in the NFL, to the point where it'd probably be a health risk. This headline was like kind of misleading because I thought he was like aiming to gain weight. Like he wants to be the heaviest player ever drafted. But it does feel like he's trying to keep this try to fix this problem that he has. I think the main thing that I would think about this, and you hear about the NFL draft and how much they try to dig into your psychology and your decision-making process, this is not just a food thing. It's, hey, how much discipline does this guy have? Because if you don't have the discipline to turn away at the gas station, like you said, he always wants to stop at the gas station and get snacks. Like, where else does that carry over? Because if you're not a disciplined person, you know, sometimes it's not just one avenue of your life. So that would be my biggest question here is that, you know, you do all these deep dives into all these guys' personalities and there's a red flag there. Like, this would be one for me.
Yes, I totally hear that. And he has an interesting story, but we'll see what happens to Desmond Watson. Just a name to keep an eye on because, again, if he can lose some of that weight, he's crazy strong. So I feel like someone will take a flyer on him late in the draft. While we're talking NFL, before we go to break, we know the Dolphins are shopping cornerback Jalen Ramsey. But the team says, at least for now, they are not currently considering trading Tyreek Hill. Here's Miami GM Chris Greer.
The last time we spoke to you, we're pretty confident that Tyreek was still going to be part of this team's future. Is Tyreek another piece that might be possibly moved during the trade or after the trade?
That is not anything that we're pursuing. You know, like I said, who knows, if someone wants to come and give me 2 first-round picks, then we consider it. But as of right now, that's not anything we're pursuing.
Doesn't seem like it's anything serious, but you keep hearing that name during the draft if the Dolphins want to do anything for a guy that doesn't seem necessarily thrilled to be a Dolphin or has been up and down as far as his commitment. Maybe that's a guy who moves at some point. I think Chris Greer is sort of handling this the right way. We're not planning on it, but, you know, you never know.
Right. The price is always there. Like, everybody's for sale, especially when it's somebody you don't have locked down. Like, he's not a quarterback. So it does feel like he's definitely tradable, but right now it feels like the Dolphins just have a lot of other fish to fry. Doesn't it feel like a mass exodus? Like, it's like, hey, Jalen Ramsey doesn't want to play there anymore. Tyreek Hill doesn't want to play there anymore. Oh, Teron Armstead just retired, and you're missing Calais Campbell now for this season because he's going to be gone. So it just feels like maybe they're just dealing with other things to the point where Chris Greer is like, hey, I'm literally just trying to keep this, you know, out of the flames for now.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we're not trading him. But, you know, if you want to make an offer, we can talk. You know, it's kind of interesting how that works. Coming up next on the show, what is the most interesting series in the NBA playoffs and which player is facing the most pressure? That and more next on the Daily Tip on BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we will cover these topics. We'll start in this segment by playing a game of NBA playoff superlatives. We will rank the series based on the most interesting ones and all the way down to who is the best dressed player in these series. Should be fun. At 7:20, we go to our best bets in Major League Baseball. At 7:40, we play read and react to some of the latest headlines surrounding the NFL draft, including an under-the-radar quarterback who one NFL GM called the best arm in the draft. It's all coming up next on the Daily Tip. All right, Jenk. So obviously, the natural lead-in question here would be, did you win any superlatives in high school?
Oh, wow. Yes, I won best all around is what I won. That was my big win. So they handed out a few. That was the one I won. Best all around.
That's a good one to win.
Yeah, that's a good one to win. I feel like embarrassed saying that, man. Yeah, best all around. But yeah, that was what I won. What about you?
Why would you be embarrassed about that? Because I feel like it means you're good at a lot of things. So what were your interests in high school? Like, I know, I'm going to guess here. I think you played basketball. I'm not sure how long. Because you're a tall guy, like pretty tall, I feel like. Yeah. More athletic than I think you give yourself credit for on this show, because you describe yourself basically as like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. I know you're smart. I know you got good grades. Did you do anything with like public speaking, or like what kind of the avenue that you do now? Like, what were your activities in high school?
I mean, I did sort of everything. I was class president. So, I was very involved in, so I got voted class president. So I was that. I was involved in athletics. I did a ton of drama as well. So I did everything. I did everything. Like, I did everything from prose to one act play to science competitions to like math stuff to like class president. I gave the announcements every morning in front of our school. So the very famous story is I got in trouble, big time trouble. Like, I was not a troublemaker. I was very like such a do-gooder. But as class president, one of my responsibilities was to read the announcements every morning, right? Like just over the loudspeaker, which was perfect for me because I was also a DJ in high school. So my last year, I got hired at the local radio station. So I was a country music DJ. So I was doing that too. And so they're like, oh, we'll just put Jenkins on the loudspeaker. We'll let him read the announcements for the day. So then we got TVs in every room. And that was a big deal at the time. And so we had this idea, okay, what we'll do is we'll have Michael Jenkins read the announcements every morning on TV. So for a guy who wanted to do journalism, wanted to do TV, and wanted to be entertaining, I was like, this is perfect. So at the end of drug-free week, and this was a big deal where I kind of lived in the Bible Belt, everyone was wearing these red ribbons around, like, I'm drug-free, I'm drug-free. And everyone knew me, like, it's a small town. I never did drugs or anything. So I thought it'll be really funny if everyone turns on their TVs in the classrooms, ready for me to do the announcements, and I'm pretending to sniff liquid paper and getting really high, like whiteout, right? So the guy running the camera, he was very nervous about this. His name was Dewey. And I was like, Dewey, don't turn on the camera until I say it. He's like, oh, Michael, I don't know if we should do this. I was like, no. It's all me. It's all me. Just trust me here. Whatever happens, it's on me. So I pulled out some whiteout and I put a little bit on my nose and I started sniffing. And I was like, go ahead, Dewey. So the first thing that people see when the cameras turn on and the TVs are on is me going, oh, yeah. Oh, God. oh man, that's good. Oh my God. Oh. And so I act like I got caught. I went, oh my God, oh my God. So I'm like wiping it off my nose and I put it away and then do the announcement straight. Oh my God. Let me tell you, I walked down to the principal's office to turn in the sheet that I was reading from for the announcements. And he comes barreling out of the office. He's like, is it true? I go, what? He goes, is it true? I go, what? He goes, is it true what everyone's saying? I was like, what? He goes, you were sniffing liquid paper on the air? I go, yes. He goes, get in here. So he calls me into his office and he's writing me a detention slip, but he doesn't know what to, it's not like I did anything wrong. So he's looking at a box to check. He's like, other sniffing liquid paper on the air. So it was an obvious joke. And what's awesome is the smartest guy in our school was definitely our senior English teacher. So I had this detention slip. I'm walking back to class. And my senior English teacher, who was hard on everyone, he knows exactly what I was doing, which is, this is funny. Everyone knows I'm a straight guy. I would never do like drugs or anything. This is
liquid paper.
Yeah, look, it's so stupid, right? It's so dumb. This is an obvious joke. And he just, as I'm walking up the steps to my first period class, he's got this smile on his face and he looks at me, he goes, Mr. Jenkins, well done. And he kind of winks at me like, I know what you're doing here. And so that was a big, like, sort of reinforcement for me. However, I had to go on the air the next day and apologize to the entire high school and tell everyone I'm not an advocate for drugs, nor have I ever done drugs in my entire life. And yesterday it was a joke. And after that, I was pulled off the air and did not do the announcements again, despite a petition that was signed by many students at the school to bring me back. So that was my liquid paper story from high school. Very famous one back in the day.
It feels like it was probably worth it, though, no? Like, what a story.
Oh, yeah.
And what a way to introduce yourself to the world of comedy. You know, be like, this was my best bit in high school.
Yeah.
That everybody's going to remember for the rest of their lives. So I feel like it was worth it. So did they make you wear like a Dare shirt after that? Did you guys have Dare?
Oh, God.
That's what we had. We had the red ribbons and it was DARE. I don't remember what it stood for, but it was like, dare to stand up to drugs.
Absolutely. It's a huge thing, especially in a small town. Like the thought that you might actually be doing drugs. I mean, come on, I'm not going to sniff liquid paper, white out. It's the dumbest thing ever.
Hey, that's not the drug you would choose.
So stupid, right? So I was like, this is stupid, right? You guys know how dumb this is, but my principal did not think it was dumb. He was very upset about that.
All right. So, as I mentioned, we're going to go to the NBA and we're going to pick our playoff superlatives. Long story short, hopefully none of these guys are sniffing liquid paper before their games. All right. So, Jenks, let's start with the most interesting series. Maybe not a series that you have a great handle on, maybe something that you're not going to be betting on, but something that you're excited to watch. From a watching standpoint, who do you think has the most interesting series?
I think it's the Clippers and the Nuggets, honestly. Like, are the Clippers really as good as their 8-game winning streak going into the end of the season? Like, is Kawhi Leonard going to suddenly make us remember who he is, like how great he is? He's already starting to do it. He's played much better towards the end of the season, finally healthy. Like, are the Nuggets going to be different with an interim head coach? Like, is Russell Westbrook going to lose his mind in a critical moment? And also, the odds are telling you the game's going to be really close, or the series should be close. I think there's a lot of different factors here. I think it could go either way, and I think it's going to be great. So that's what I would go with, Nuggets, Clips. What about you?
I think there's a lot of them that you could possibly choose from. Like, I'm interested to see what happens in the Pistons Knicks. But from an interesting standpoint, I think for me, it's going to be the Timberwolves and the Lakers, just because I am very curious to see how this Lakers team looks in a playoff series. Because that's a big question mark, right? Everybody knows the ceiling for a team like that has LeBron James, that has Luka Doncic. But are their reserve players enough? Is it going to be enough to where they can win an NBA Finals? So I think this is going to be a good thermostat or thermometer game of how hot this Lakers team truly is. So I think from a viewing perspective, it's going to be the Lakers and the Timberwolves for me. And also, Anthony Edwards is usually pretty good television as well. All right, next up on the superlatives list, we'll go to the team with the most pressure. Where do you think the spotlight is going to be the brightest in the first round of the NBA playoffs?
I feel like it's the Knicks, is what I would say. Like, they should beat the Pistons, right? But Jalen Brunson is finally back. Like their lineup is finally intact, or it feels like the first time in a long time where everyone is finally back. Okay, they made some moves in the offseason to try to win the East, and they are better than the Pistons, but the Pistons have nothing to lose, right? So I think this is going to be a closer series, and they match up well against the Knicks, but everyone believes that the Knicks should win, and they should, and they built their team to win and to compete with the Celtics. So the last thing they need is to get beat by an upstart Pistons team. So they're trying to win the East. They're not trying to, barely get past Detroit. So I think it's the Knicks.
Yeah, I think you start with the team that has the highest expectations, do you not? So I think for me, I go to the Celtics. Like the Celtics won the NBA Finals last year, obviously. They have a matchup that shouldn't be close. Like the spread on that series against the Magic is 2.5 games. I don't think it's going to be difficult, but if we're talking about like the entirety of the playoffs, I do think the Celtics have a lot of pressure because a lot of people feel like the East is already pretty much wrapped up. And it feels like even though the Cavs are the number 1 seed, everybody's saying, okay, it's the Celtics East to win. So I'm going to go Celtics there. I know it's not the pressure on a single player, but I do feel like in the Eastern Conference, the expectations are the highest for the Boston Celtics. All right, so in a similar vein, how about the player with the most pressure? The single individual that's going to be stealing the headlines, and if they don't perform, it's probably going to go down like in their legacy book. They didn't do what they're supposed to do. You know how that works. So, Jenks, who has the most pressure?
I may be off here, but I was thinking about this yesterday. I was like, who is it? And I was going to say, I remember the Celtics, but they won the title last year. Like last year, it would have been, like a member of the Celtics, right? Because they were built with probably Jason Tatum. Like he needs a tub. He needs a title. I think maybe it's SGA. Like he's the MVP, right? He's going to be the MVP. We all know this. The Thunder are the favorites to win the West. So I feel like if you're the Thunder, there are going to be some critical moments where they will be tested and they will turn to him being the best player in the NBA this season, at least according to the MVP that he's going to win. So he will have to step up and hit a critical shot or two. I think he will do it. I don't doubt him, but I feel like with all the expectations that we have on Oklahoma City finally, like last year, they were a year away. Now it's their year. And it is their year large part because SGA has been so great. So I feel like maybe the onus is on him to take them to the at least Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, I think it has to be SGA, right? Team that's looked amazing in the regular season, but still doesn't really get the respect that I think that they probably deserve. If you're the MVP of the league, I think you start from there. It's like you're the MVP. You should be leading your team to something. Maybe it's not an NBA Finals, but you at least need to make it there. So I think it's probably SGA, even though I'm not sure if he's going to get all the headlines because it still feels like, on the national media shows, all they want to talk about is the Lakers and the Warriors. And I think for that reason, there is a lot of pressure on Luka Doncic, what he's going to do in the playoffs. I think some of the pressure for him is him on himself as well. I think he's putting a lot of pressure on himself to perform, to prove everybody wrong and say, hey, this is the generational talent that you decided to trade away, Dallas. And look at what I'm going to do and lead my team to something big in LA. So I think you could go either direction there. Like, I think I'd go with SGA, but for the sake of conversation, I would add in Luka Doncic there. All right, and let's do a fun one. Unless, Jenks, did you have anything you wanted to add there? Sorry to cut you off.
No, you nailed it.
Say something.
No. You're good.
All right.
You nailed
So we always have some fun ones when it comes to superlatives. They're not always most likely to succeed, and best all around. Sometimes they're fun ones that are pretty surface level. How about best dressed? I follow an account on Instagram called League Fits, or maybe it's NBA Fits or something. And sometimes it shows the craziest outfits that these NBA players wear because we know that there are a lot of guys that like to express themselves through fashion. Like SGA actually went to the Met and wore this crazy Chanel suit. So maybe you could go that direction. Or, Jenks, we were talking about this yesterday.
Oh, here we go.
Did you know that Kyle Kuzma plays for the Milwaukee Bucks? Surprisingly, I didn't know this until a week ago. He had a big game. But we know he loves to bust out the sweaters with the big the big pink sweater that's iconic that has the huge sleeve. So, Jenks, do you have a best dressed player in mind?
I don't. I just want to see Kyle Kuzma walking down the tunnel wearing a trash bag, carrying a Birkin, and then he's wearing a raccoon hat or something, with a tail on the back or something. Just something absolutely wild that makes no sense whatsoever. Because this is his time, right? This is his time. We don't know if the Bucks are going to last past the first round or not. This is his time to show up because the spotlight will be on the NBA playoffs. And whatever he's wearing, this is his time to show up and then go viral again. I guarantee he's going to wear something crazy.
I hope so, because it feels like that's like what his spotlight's going to be for. I think the same goes for Russell Westbrook. I know the spotlight's been on him for other reasons, but my guy has had some crazy fits over his career in the NBA. So I'm looking forward to some of those coming out of the tunnel as he plays for the Nuggets. All right, coming up next, we switch gears to baseball. Our best bets in MLB come your way next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Off and running on this Thursday morning. It is April the 17th. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite plays in Major League Baseball. Jenks, I was laughing at this headline last night that MLB.com had posted, and it was something to the effect of Jackson Holiday brought his dog to the park last night, and he hit a grand slam. And so he dedicated the grand slam to his dog. He said, "This one's for Coconut." It always makes me laugh when like people put a lot of, I don't know what the word is, like praise or pressure like on their dog. Like the people who treat their dogs like children. And I get it. Like dogs are amazing. Like I want to spoil my animals as well. But I remember like being a new mom and I was like walking in the park and somebody was like, "Yeah, I have a new puppy. I know how it feels, to be stressed and flustered all the time." I was like, "No, you don't. It's not the same thing. Like your dog is not the same as having a child, no matter how much you want it to be."
Correct. Not even close. Like I always say, like, no, it's not close. And I don't have kids and I know. Because what I've always said is, dude, I've had a dog and I was like, I'm stressed out taking care of this dog. Like, imagine a child. Like, it's not close. So I've always thought, I don't have a dog any longer. I have a cat now. But at the end of R.I.P. Josie, at the end of Josie's life, I mean, she was almost 16 years old. She required a lot of care. And it was like having a baby again, because you're talking about an old dog always going to the bathroom, needs to go outside, needs a lot of medicine, whatever. And she was happy and healthy, but she required a ton of care. And I was like, just imagine having a child, which needs care 24 hours a day. You have to look after, then you worry about. I mean, so even I was like, oh my God, imagine having it. I can't even fathom.
Yeah, because there's also like parenting that you have to do with children. It's not just the changing of the diapers and the stuff like that. It's like, hey, I have to teach this person how to be a good human. Like, I understand you can take your dog to like obedience school or whatever, but it's not the same thing. And I feel like Jackson Holiday kind of leaned into like the sarcasm here because they asked him about this after the game because it was the Bark in the Park night. So like a lot of dogs were there and they were like, "Hey, like we saw your dog was here. Was this the difference?" He was like, "Yeah, this grand slam was just for Coconut, not the team, just Coconut." But some people are really like this. Like here's an example. So my mom got her pit bull this little shirt for her that says "Mom's favorite child." I said, "Mom, I'm standing right here. I'm paying your bills. I am doing all this stuff for you. And Lila's the favorite child? What are we doing here?"
Yeah, what's going on? I mean, my God, that's like, that's like someone putting on a shirt that says, like it'd be the opposite of the like I'm with him with the arrow. It's like someone putting on a shirt like, "Well, not this gal," the arrow pointing away or something like that. Like, I'm right here. What are you doing? I've had people do that before where somebody said something. You're like, you realize I'm sitting right here, right? Like you're saying this in front of me. So I get that.
Right. So I don't know if she like understood like the whole meaning of the shirt. I think sometimes she just buys like clearance shirts for the dog, which I don't know why the dog needs a shirt anyway. Like back when you had a dog, did you, she was Josie, it was a girl, right? Did you put her in outfits?
No, not every now and then. Every now and then, like I had like a little Longhorn jersey that I would put on her, and she was sweet Basset Hound. Oh, and so she'd just kind of wear it around, so she'd kind of, very, very smart. Like Basset Hounds, despite their looks, are very like super smart. So she would just kind of be a little dopey and wear it around during game days, which was kind of cute.
Dogs and outfits, though. Like I was just making fun of it, but it is very cute. And if you do have any dog pictures of like your animals and little sweaters, they are the absolute best. Like I don't mind those at all. They're so cute. All right, so let's get to today's baseball card. But before we do, how about a fun promo over at BetMGM? BetMGM is offering a home run no sweat token. Use your token and bet on any player to hit a home run in any MLB game. If they don't go yard, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets only at BetMGM. All right, Jenks, so let's run it through. Let's start with the afternoon delight of the Diamondbacks and Marlins. This one starts at 12:10 Eastern. We've got the D-backs minus 160, Marlins plus 135, total of 8.5 runs. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the Snakes, 0-2 with a 4.86 ERA thus far, and it's Edward Cabrera who goes for the Fish. Hasn't recorded a win or a loss yet this season, but has a 3.18 ERA. So, Jenks, it's been all D-backs all the time, it feels like, on the show. Is it the Snakes once again, or is there something else that you like here?
Well, I put a sprinkle on the Marlins yesterday because Max Meyer was pitching. That didn't work out. But ultimately, I think this is probably a fair price on Arizona. So originally, it was Sandy Alcantara who was going to start. And I thought, okay, with Alcantara on the mound, maybe I put a sprinkle on the Marlins again. But here, with Erod and those Diamondbacks bats, I mean, Miami just doesn't hit the ball. So I don't know if you want to lay 160. Maybe you can shop around and find a better price. But I feel like it's the Snakes here.
Yeah, I think so as well. And that's what the public is seeing. Over at BetMGM, 84% of the bets right now on the Diamondbacks. I think you could go with the run line as well. Like, if you believe in the Diamondbacks offense, which it is a top 5 offense, maybe go the run line at minus 1.5 at plus 105. I do like playing that for road favorites. Simply because, if you're playing a favorite at home, obviously they don't play the ninth if they're only up by 1 run. So I think that's a solid play as well. I wouldn't go first 5 just because Edward Cabrera is at least like a veteran MLB pitcher. So maybe you leave it in the hands of the bullpen for the Marlins. You say, hey, we're going full game here. Let's go with the Snakes. All right, Nationals Pirates. I don't think I'll be betting on this one. Jenks, will you? We've got Trevor Williams, Andrew Heaney, who now plays for the Pirates, I have learned. Pirates minus 125, total of 7.5 runs. I feel like these are 2 mid teams that I won't be putting my money on, but is there an angle here worth playing?
Yeah, betting on the Pirates. I'm putting this on the card. Seriously. Pirates.
Really?
Trevor Williams. Yeah, absolutely. Seriously, this is a cheap price look, the Pirates are not great, but Trevor Williams has been really bad for the Nationals, like really bad. So I know that Sammy P and Joe O have their loser list, which is pitchers that you auto fade. And I'm not saying Trevor Williams is an auto fade yet, but he's had 3 appearances this season. He's given up at least 3 runs in each of those. The Marlins are light hitting. We were just talking about that. Last time out he faced Miami, gave up 6 runs in 4 2/3 innings pitched. Worst outing of the season. Washington's bullpen is one of the worst in the game. And frankly, I think there's going to be a little bit of motivation on the Pirates' part after the benches cleared last night and that whole kerfuffle that took place. So I'm going to take the Pirates at minus 125 on the money line. I think they're going to jump all over Trevor Williams early on.
I definitely respect that handicap, but here's why I don't want to bet on this game, because of Andrew Heaney. Andrew Heaney feels like the ultimate wild card. He's either going to strike out 10 batters and have a quality start like he did against the Yankees, 7 innings, only 1 run, and 10 punch-outs, or he's going to give up like 4 earned runs to the Reds. Like, this has been kind of his career. He is a strikeout pitcher, but sometimes he's really volatile. Like last year, it was 5-14 with a 4.28 ERA. So it just feels like guys like that, I don't want to put my money on because it feels like it's like one extreme or the other. But like, I get what you're saying. Maybe look at an over here as well. It is a pretty low total. Maybe the weather has something to do with it. But if you expect Trevor Williams to give up some runs, I feel like maybe the Nats can scratch off a couple, at least against the bullpen of the Pirates, because the Pirates bullpen has not been good. So maybe I'd lean towards the over 7.5 runs between the Nationals and the Pirates. Next up, let's go to Cincinnati. And this price kind of jumped out to me, Jenks. Mariners favored here, minus 118. Reds minus 102 with Brady Singer on the mound, who's 3-0 with a 3.18 ERA. Emerson Hancock, small sample size, has an 81 ERA. Obviously, like, I've seen his stuff before. Like, he's a decent pitcher. But still, I was surprised to see that the Reds were underdogs at home here. Were you?
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. This line's fishy, right? Do you really want to trust? I feel like Brady Singer is the better pitcher here, and we have a much better pitcher. The Reds are playing at home. They're a better hitting team. The Mariners, they just struggle to produce runs anyway. Like, I don't understand why the Mariners are favored here. It almost makes me want to stay away because I don't get it, but maybe it's just a bad number.
Well, here's the interesting thing. If you look at the first 5 innings, it's the Reds that are favored minus 125.
Oh.
So somebody does not trust the bullpen of the Cincinnati Reds. Because Jenks, that was my first thought. Is like, hey, you take the better pitcher, and if you truly are backing the better starting pitcher, you just go with the Reds in the first 5, do you not? So let me ask you. I think this is probably going to make the card for me. Do I go with the Reds in the first 5, or do I take the better price in the full game?
Oh, I think you go Reds first 5, right? I think that's probably the way to go. Like, trust Brady Singer to come out and pitch well. We know he's the better arm here. And then just eliminate the bullpen completely. And it's not too much more that you're laying. Like, if it were like minus 150 or something, you'd say, okay, why is this so expensive? But minus 125, I feel like that's a perfect price for the first 5.
Yeah. Over at BetMGM for the full game, 56% of the money is on the Reds as underdogs. So maybe there's something that I'm not like. I understand that the Reds bullpen is not that good, but I still don't believe in the Mariners bats. Like, they've burned me a couple times, but in just about every metric, they're in the bottom 5. So I think for me, I'll go with the Reds, and we'll go in the first 5 just to eliminate all signs of doubt for that Reds bullpen. That one's going to make the card for me. All right, Jenks, the biggest A's fan on the show. You were on the A's last night. They're playing the White Sox again. Similar price, A's minus 155, White Sox plus 125. Total of 8. Is the handicap here continuing to fade the White Sox?
I'm putting this on the card. Honest to God. I'm just going to fade the White Sox. I got the Athletics yesterday at $1.50 or $1.55. It's the same price today. It's the same handicap. And the White Sox, not only are they terrible, they are awful against left-handed pitchers, so they're facing a lefty in J.P. Sears. So if I can fade a god-awful team, and the A's I still don't think are getting credit for being a really strong hitting club. They're in the top 10 in a bunch of like metrics, like whether it's it doesn't matter if it's on base percentage, slugging, average, like whatever it is across the board. You see A's, which would not have been the case obviously a couple years ago. So if you're getting a hot hitting team, at least early in the season, with an advantage because they have a left-handed pitcher facing a lineup in the White Sox that doesn't hit lefties anyway, like that's a fair price, like when you're fading a bad team. So yeah, I'll be on the Athletics again.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you look at the White Sox, and they are dead last in Major League Baseball in OPS, which is usually the one metric you look at for hitting the A's in the top 10 of that same category. So I feel you there. Feels like it would be the only play. I don't think I can make a case for the White Sox, if you're asking me that question. All right, we've got a few more on the card here. I know you said that you like a lot of games here, so open-ended. What's one that you like of these that are provided?
I think my favorite play of the day is the under in the Royals and Tigers game. So it opened at 8.5, sitting there at 8. You can still play it up to 8.5, and it's juiced to the under at minus 140, minus 135, depending on where you go. But you got Michael Lorenzen going for the Royals, Reese Olson going for the Tigers, and Michael Lorenzen has given up 3 runs or less in each of his 3 appearances this year. Reese Olson is better than his record indicates, but also just look at the numbers here. Like, the Royals are the 4th best under team in Major League Baseball, and this has been an under series thus far. I like under 8 in Motown.
Ooh, I would check on the weather in that one too. It might go into it, being that it's played in Detroit. I was looking at the Angels and Rangers because when I saw those two teams, I was like, okay, this is an over game. But the total is 9.5. So I don't think it's going to make the card for me simply because the total is really high. But the Angels have been one of the surprises of Major League Baseball. We were just talking about how surprising the A's have been. Angels are right up there as well. 8th in OPS. If you look at batting average, they're right up there as well, I believe. Let's see. I can't find them. Maybe not, but still a team that surprised a lot of people. And I think for me, you can bank on them scoring runs. I'm not sure if I trust their starter, Kochanowicz, who has a 5.75 ERA. I think the wild card here is what do we see from Kumar Rocker? Somebody who had a rough start to the season, but we do know he has plus stuff. But for me, I do think we see runs scored from both these offenses. I think if you're looking at pitching versus, offense, the offense is going to win out. So I would lean towards the over, but 9.5 is a touch too high for me. Jenks, you want a last-second buzzer beater? You like any other plays here?
Oh, the only thing I would maybe look at is the over in the Giants-Phillies game because, man, the Giants have just been absolutely just raking recently. And every time I pick the Phillies, I feel like I'm on the wrong side. We know the Phillies can hit. They've been an under team for most of the season, but also Jordan Hicks for the Giants is coming off getting rocked by the Yankees. 7 runs over 4 innings. So before that, he looked really good, but he was also facing the Astros and Mariners. So facing a much tougher lineup in the Phillies lineup. So the Giants are always going to play to cross some runs. At least they have early in the season. I think if Philly gets a few against Jordan Hicks, we hit the over easily. It's sitting at 8, so I like the over there.
Yeah, both of those offenses really good. Also, if you want the Giants, you can get them on the run line for -150. All they have to do is keep it within 1 run. Or, as an underdog. They've been cashing as underdogs quite a bit so far this season. Coming up next, time to talk about the NFL draft. It's right around the corner. We play Read and React to some of the top headlines next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wake up, people. It's April 17th, but we have football to talk about. That's right. The NFL draft is right around the corner. And we also have some college news on deck. And in a few minutes, we'll play Read and React with some of the top headlines regarding the NFL draft. But Jenks, I saw this yesterday, and I thought it was a funny tweet, and not because of what it said, but because it was implying something that I thought was really funny. So Colin Cowherd, who you probably know, hosts his own network, used to be on ESPN and Fox, whatever. So he tweeted that Nico Iamaleava is going to be going to UCLA. He says that the family claims it's not about the money. LOL. That was the funny part for me. It's about Tennessee's offense. He was not told what UCLA is paying him, but I did see maybe another report that it's like $1.5 million, which is a steep decline in the asking price of $4 million, which is why he left Tennessee. So, Jenks, what is funnier, the fact that Nico said that it wasn't about the money, or the fact that the reason that he was leaving was because of the offense that he was the quarterback of was not good enough?
Oh, my God. I mean, it's so funny that he held out because he wanted more money, but it's not about the money. Like, okay, sure. Like, he didn't show up because he wanted to renegotiate his contract. Everyone knew this. He didn't deny this. Like, if he had said, that's what's funny to me is if it were really about Tennessee, then why even negotiate with Tennessee? Why not just leave? You weren't negotiating, let's change the offense. You were negotiating, give me more cash. So I think the whole excuse making now, like they made such a terrible business decision, like costing Nico millions of dollars, because this was a long-term contract at Tennessee. So he cost himself millions of dollars. But no, it's just the offense. Like, it was never about the offense. And you know what? I don't feel bad for him or his representatives at all. I do think it's hilarious.
Well, and also, he's a big part of the offense, and he's a big part of what happens on the offense because he is the quarterback. That'd be like Will Levis saying, hey, this offense is terrible. Like, what am I supposed to do? I need to get traded. I need to play in a better offense. No, you're the problem. It's you. It would be one thing if Tennessee was led by like a defensive-minded head coach, but they're not. Josh Heupel is an offensive mind and somebody who's supposed to be an offensive guru. So if you still can't succeed in that type of offense, maybe the problem is the man in the mirror. One more thing before we move on. Cam Newton had something to say about this, which sometimes you brace yourself on like what Cam Newton says. You're like, all right, we'll see if this makes any sense. But I feel like this was actually pretty relevant. He said, this is a story of good advice and bad advice. Whoever advised this kid to sit out and chase in hopes for more money is a fool. I feel like Cam Newton's actually right here.
Yes, he is right. Look, at some point, and I'm glad this happened because it's important for the future of college football. Like, at some point, we don't need to have it. The college game is already trending towards the NFL game, right? Because players are played, and all of a sudden they have agents, and the portal guys are switching teams constantly. Like, it hasn't been good for the sport. So it's about time some schools stood up and said, enough is enough here. We're not going to do this because it has a ripple effect. Like, this affects the rest of the roster. That's one thing where college is different than the NFL because not every player on your roster is getting paid the same. It's different in the NFL because it's your job. Here, it's your job, but not really. You're still sort of an amateur. So you can have, jealousy, and then other guys want to get paid, and then they start having contract renegotiations, and it can just absolutely upend your program. So I'm glad Tennessee drew a line in the sand and said, all right, we're not going to do this.
Yeah, and we talk about like college football players now having NFL problems. NFL players have had this problem where they get in a bad camp, have a bad entourage around them, get like a bad money guy, and now college players, I think, are going to have to deal with that as well. All right, so let's play Read and React for some of these college players who are going to the next level. Let's bring in David to talk about the NFL draft.
Good morning, everybody. I will just say this about the Nico Iamaleava situation. You're going to go out there and say that you don't like one of the most high-powered offenses over the past 5 years in college football. What? And then go to
right.
UCLA.
He doesn't play for Iowa.
Right. Right. Exactly.
And now you're headed to one of the worst teams in the Big Ten in UCLA, supposedly. What?
Yeah.
What? Okay.
Yeah, much better offense. Like, what are you doing?
Great offense.
Great offense. Yeah.
Your head coach can't even do a media presser. But your football team's great UCLA.
Exactly.
All right, let's get into it. Chelsea, I'll come to you first. Cam Ward ranked his top 4 NFL wide receivers. Number 1, Calvin Ridley. Number 2, Jamar Chase. Number 3, Justin Jefferson. Number 4, Treylon Burks. Methinks he knows where he's going in the draft. Chelsea, what do you take from that list?
Pander to the team that you're going to. Because let me ask you this. If he wasn't going to the Titans, do you think Calvin Ridley would be topped on this list? Do you think Treylon Burks even made the cut? No, Treylon Burks hasn't even made the cut for the Titans in some games. So I feel like this is simply him trying to do good with the receivers that he is going to inherit. Like, we've seen this strategy before. Remember when was it Tyreek Hill that said that Tua threw a better deep ball than Patrick Mahomes? It's like, oh man,
oh yeah,
Patrick Mahomes is good, but have you seen Tua? And you're like, all right, dude, like, we understand what you're doing. You're trying to give your quarterback some confidence. I respect it, but like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I don't. That'd be like if you asked me, like, hey, Jinx, go ahead and name like the best 4 or 5 receivers in the NFL. And I'm like, I don't know. Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, Michael Gallup.
Yami Brown.
Yami Brown.
Does he still play for you guys?
No, he's gone. Luke McCaffrey, you'd be like, you might be showing a little bit of bias. Like, I appreciate it, but like, you're trying really hard. Like, I like how he threw in to make it legit. Like, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, obviously, but also these guys, my future teammates. That's very funny.
Yeah. I would have been Calvin Ridley. To me, should never be above Chase and Jefferson ever. But the fact
he's not for anybody.
I know.
Still not.
The fact that he put Treylon Burks on here is amazing. I just laughed internally so much. I will say this, Chelsea. I was looking over stuff for the NFL draft. Cam Ward's NFL comp is Steve McNair. That would make Tennessee Titans very happy. And I kind of see it as well. But moving on to topic number 2, still with the quarterbacks. The Giants are bringing in more scheduled for private workouts. Jalen Milroe from Alabama and Louisville's Tyler Show are both coming in. Jenks, do you think that the Giants take a guy that needs a little development later in the rounds, or do you think they're waiting until next year when that QB class is possibly a little bit better?
I think they wait. I think if you're a team that you're going for best player available, and that's always the big debate. Do you go with a need or best player available? But if you're the Giants, like, you need a lot of great players. Like, you can't afford to take a flyer on a quarterback when you have so many other positions where you have huge weaknesses. Like, the Giants are going to be terrible again this year. So if you're going to be terrible, and they're not going to play to lose, but still, they're going to be in a good position with a deeper draft next year. And who knows where they're going to end up. Hell, they could be, worst team in the league, end up drafting Arch Manning or something like that. But why take a flyer on someone when you have so many other needs when the draft class next year is going to be better and you're still going to be bad? So I would stay away.
Yeah, I would stay away as well, because you already signed 2 quarterbacks, did you not? You already have Russell Wilson. You already have Jameis Winston. So like, you can only play 1 quarterback at a time. I think a lot of this depends on like what round we're talking about. Like, maybe you don't get this guy in the 1st or 2nd round. And I understand, like, if there is a decent quarterback that you kind of like still available in like the 4th round, why not take a flyer on him? I think the story here is Tyler Shuck. Like, we have been following his story for the past couple of days because all these insiders have come forward and said, Diana Rossini says, like, the quarterback that she keeps hearing in NFL circles is Louisville's Tyler Shuck. And then we heard this from Peter Schrager saying there was a GM that said that Shuck was the best pure thrower of the football in this draft. But then I was looking at some of the highlights, and need I say lowlights. When he is in trouble, some of these passes to the other team, they are interceptions. They're not just interceptions. They are Will Levis level bad. So as somebody who has watched the Titans, I say good luck on betting on potential and saying, well, he's got some good tools. If you can't make good decisions, that is something that is not going to get better in the NFL.
Agreed.
I will say this much. He reminds me a lot of Will Levis. Spectacular cannon of an arm, but yes, absolutely. When the heat is on, decisions are not so good. Here's what I would do if I were the Giants. I would get Jalen Milroe into that room and go, hey, anybody ever talk to you about maybe converting to a running back with your elite speed? Just putting it out there.
I don't know. I feel like I feel like at this level, like to go from high-end quarterback to running back like that's a rare case. Like it's good in theory, but in practice, like you don't know what's going to work out. B, you're risking a guy who could have a potential as a quarterback, and then C, like what's a case where that's happened.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm in his camp, I say, hell no. You can make way more money being a bad quarterback than like a mediocre running back. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, how much money did Brock Osweiler make? Like, even backup quarterbacks make absolute bank. So I feel like if I'm his agent, I'm saying, no. We are not switching positions. I want to get paid too, so you are going to be a quarterback. We're going to try that first. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the Daily Tip, and we'll start off with what happened in the NBA last night and spinning it forward to what happens next in the NBA playoffs. All coming up next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville, Tennessee. Hendersonville, Nashville. It's all Tennessee. Coming up on the show, we're going to look back at last night's action in the association and continue our talk about the NFL draft, which will be here in a week from today. Then in 20 minutes, we will delve deeper into what to expect next week with Ryan Roberts from A to Z Sports. And you know you have to stick around until 8:40. That's when we talk with the Dogster and tell you our favorite bets of the day. Also, you can check us out on Stadium via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms. Chelsea, I am a very light sleeper, and I say that because I woke up this morning. I usually wake up, let me ask you this first. Do you wake up without an alarm? Because I don't say naturally. I wake up filled with anxiety, like, is it 4 yet? Is it 4 yet? So it's not a natural process, but I generally wake up before my alarm. Do you have to have an alarm or no?
Well, I always set one just in case. I do find myself
sure.
waking up like around the time that I'm supposed to wake up. Does that mean I get out of bed? No, I lay there with my eyes closed until the alarm actually goes off. Even if I'm not sleeping, I'm like, hey, I'm going to map out like what I'm going to wear today or something. Because it's just so nice and cozy in the bed that I just don't want to get out. Yeah. But I do have to set an alarm. Like, Jenks, how anxious would you be if you had to show up for work in the morning and you couldn't set an alarm? Like, my anxiety would be through the roof. I wouldn't sleep at all.
Terrifying. Oh, no. I mean, I definitely have an alarm set. And so every now and then, I'll be like, oh, God, there's my alarm. It's rare. Like, maybe once every, 3 weeks, I sleep to my alarm. But, yeah, oh, my God, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I'd be like, I'm going to sleep through. I won't wake up. I'd be terrified.
So, during the weekends, do you find yourself waking up around the same time? Because I have this problem. Like, sometimes I have to, get up and, watch a show for a little bit and then fall back asleep. Do you do this on the weekends?
Yeah. Oh, no. On the weekends, it's like I'm out. And then I usually wake up around 8:30 or 9. I'm like, guess what? I'm going back to bed. I'm sleeping until noon today. That's usually how the weekend goes. And then around noon, I'm like, all right, I should probably get up. That's what Catherine and I sleep in most Saturdays and Sundays till around noon. And then we're like, all right, let's get up and do something. But we take advantage of that because she's always tired from the week. I'm tired. So that's when we both just, I was going to say let it loose with the sleep, but we definitely take advantage of the time off. So thankfully I don't have that problem, but I can get that because your body gets used to getting up at a certain time.
But you guys also go hard in the paint on the weekends, do you not?
That's true. Yes, we do. We normally, yes. That also has a lot to do. We're also going to bed at 1:30, 2 in the morning generally. For us last week, we decided, we went to bed at 11:30. We're like, look at us. Responsible. We just had a couple drinks. We watched some TV and we sat in a hot tub for a while. We're like, let's just go to bed. And so for us, it was super, super early. But yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, when you don't get in bed till 1:30 and you're a little woozy. Because I can speak from my last experience, which you were there.
Oh my God.
Went hard in the paint and I think I woke up hungover at 10 a.m. I definitely did not wake up at 4 a.m. when I was fighting one of the worst hangovers I've had in the last decade.
Oh, Mike, yes, I hear you. Like I said, when I heard that I was the dark horse, I'm the dark horse for drinking. It's bad news. And you know what? They're right. I was the dark horse. The reason why I mentioned that, though, is because I woke up this morning, I sleep with earplugs in. I'm at any sort of little sound I hear. And I was like, what is that? And I thought it was our HVAC because whatever, we've had those issues on the roof. No, I look out the window and there is a chopper. There's a manhunt going on. And there is a helicopter that this lasted like 15 minutes. Like, and it was my alarm this morning. I was like, well, it's a little before 4. I'll just get up. And I'm watching this helicopter circle like over our neighborhood with a spotlight, like trying to find someone. So I have to look on X or look online and figure out what was going on. But they were searching for someone early this morning.
I feel like that's one of the, like, maybe not cool because obviously you were trying to sleep, but like one of the interesting parts about living in DC. Like, it feels like there's always something like momentous going on because you're like, oh, what if it's a Russian spy? And didn't you say your last, was it this place that you live in that you think is haunted by like a Russian spy, or is it another place you live?
It was, well, no, this is the place where I know for a fact there was, I mean, the woman that lived next, we got this information, by the way, from a couple that lived next to me, and she worked for the FBI. So this is not like me making something up that I heard as a rumor. Like, I heard this from Jane, who works for the FBI. And so she was like, you know what happened in your place, right? And we're like, no, what happened? So it was the woman who was a spy that they suspect was a spy. She left. And when she left, the guy she was with or partnered with hung himself in our bedroom. So and that's, I know that for a fact. Like, I've had that verified by, in fact, the guy who lives in Unit 1 last year, and I've been here for 10 years, he goes, you do know what happened in your place, right? And we're like, oh, yeah, I've heard that. I haven't had it confirmed by a second source. It's like, yeah, I was there when they were, when the EMT people were here, and they were rolling out the gurney. And so he hung himself in our bedroom, which is why I think we have a ghost from time to time, because the fan where he hung himself, I know this is a terrible conversation, but he hung himself in our bedroom. And so when a few years ago, the fan right in the place where he hung himself would randomly just turn on. And so I had to have a conversation with, I was like, listen, I don't know what's going on. This happened again and again and again, where I had the remote to the fan and I would look up at night. The fan is not on. You're not crazy. The fan is not on. The remote is in the drawer. And I'd go to sleep in the middle of the night. That thing was full speed. And so finally I said, listen, I'm sorry what happened to you. It's cool that you're here, but you have to cut this out. Like, you have to stop this. And I think it's happened once since then, and it stopped. Crazy.
That's absolutely wild to me. Like, you say it's not a good story, but I think, like, I've heard a lot of your stories. That's like top 5 in the Michael Jenkins Power Rankings good story. So that was a story I thought people needed to hear.
Yes. So it's a little depressing, but it absolutely happened. And even I doubt, I'm like, did that really happen, Michael? Because it's so wild. But Tony from downstairs, confirmed that within the past year and retold that story because he was here when the body was rolled out. So I hope he's still here, and I hope he's enjoying himself. The Heat enjoyed themselves last night in Chicago. How's that for a transition? They downed the Bulls 109-90. The Heat getting a point and a half. The Heat plus 110. Under hits, 219 and a hook was the total. Tyler Hero, the hero, 38 points, and he dominates.
Wiggins just takes it out of the hand of Kobe White. Here's Tyler Hero. The pass to Adebayo. Those two connecting once again.
Yep, the Heat get it done. Hero makes his first 8 shots of the game. So the Heat eliminate the Bulls from the play-in tournament for the 3rd straight year. They move on to face the Hawks on Friday night. Neither game last night was particularly entertaining.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought that we could hear your ghost stories, because I sat down to watch this game. I made a point of it. And I sit down in the second quarter, and the Heat are up 30 points. And I'm like, do I really want to sit through this? But some of the takeaways here is that the Heat look like the better team, obviously, in the postseason. And it was kind of difficult to handicap this one just because the Bulls had run the regular season series, won all 3 games. And you say, okay, well, do I trust the Bulls in the play-in? The answer should be no. And obviously, that's very easy to say after the fact. But Tyler Hero has done a great job of filling in as the go-to guy since the departure of Jimmy Butler. I know that's a lot of pressure, and that is a huge role to fill, but he's been great down the stretch. He was good in this one, playing hero ball, not always a bad thing. 38 points and great from the field, 13 of 19 field goal percentage. So a great win for the Heat. And meanwhile, the Bulls look like the Bulls. Always.
Yes, they do. Heat and Hawks on Friday night. Hawks laying a point and a half. Your total's 219.5 if you want to get those bets in early. Elsewhere out west, the Mavericks all over the Kings, 120-106. The Mavericks getting 5.5. They come home at plus 180 on the money line. And the overhits, we were on that yesterday. Total set at 213 and a hook. AD paces Dallas with 27 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 blocks. And Klay Thompson with a big game, heating up early.
Carry the basketball. They're making the Kings play in traffic. And Klay Thompson has the hot hand. He's hit 3 3-pointers now. Meanwhile, the Mavs this quarter, 5 of 6 from 3. Williams has 2 triples. Thompson with his 4th. Klay Thompson catching fire.
That's called courtesy of ESPN. Klay Thompson, 16 points in the second quarter alone, 23 overall. The Mavs lead by 23 at the half, Chelsea, and they just never look back. So Dallas moving on in another game that was kind of a snoozer.
Yeah, not the best game. So we talked about this before the game, saying both these teams match up pretty well down low. Domantas Sabonis, Anthony Davis, but it was the guard play that was the difference in this one. It makes things a lot easier when your team hits 50% of their three-point attempts. The Mavericks went 14 of 28 from the three-point line. Of course, Klay Thompson, a big part of that. And redemption for somebody who, the last time he played the Kings as a member of the Warriors, I think he famously went, 0 of 12 from the field, something like that.
Yeah.
So this one had to feel good for Klay Thompson. I know he's kind of an afterthought, and the Mavs in general kind of feel like an afterthought. But he certainly has plenty of playoff experience. And this one, he looked really good in this one. I'm sure it felt good.
Absolutely. And so the Mavs moving on, they'll take on the Grizz in Memphis on Friday night. The Grizz laying 6.5, total 222 and a hook. So coming up here in about 10-15 minutes, we're going to bring in Ryan Roberts from A to Z Sports. He's going to talk with us about the NFL draft. And one player that we will ask him about is Ashton Jeanty out of Boise State. So the odds on the board at BetMGM as to where he will go or is projected to go, Raiders are the favorites at minus 150. They have the 6th pick in the draft. The Raiders have the 10th pick, or the Bears do. They're plus 270. Jags are 9-1, Saints 11-1, Patriots are 14-1. And yesterday, Ashton Jeanty posted this letter to all NFL draft prospects, right, or to NFL teams that might pick him. And he said, "I've taken the long way. I'm done with that way. If you pick me, it's simple. I'm coming to your franchise to do what Saquon and the Eagles just did. I'm coming to win big soon. It's tackle football. You know what I'm saying? I draft the guy they can't tackle. Thank you for your time, Ashton Jeanty." So he's basically saying, I'm the guy. I'm a game changer. I'm different. I'm special. I'm not like other running backs. I'm not like other players. Did you like him putting out this? I kind of love the confidence, but the question is he really putting yourself in the same breath as Saquon Barkley when you haven't played a down in the NFL? And I love Ashton Jeanty. That's setting yourself to the highest bar possible. Do you like that? I love the confidence, but it's a hell of a bar to try and clear.
Yeah, I appreciate the confidence, and I think that you have to do this going into the draft because you have to sell yourself. Like, this is marketing, and you have to do this if you are a running back. And I think that's where the conversation starts for me. It is not a personal knock on Ashton Jeanty. It's just because, teams don't want to draft running backs that high simply because they're not as big of a return on their investment as, say, if they hit on a quarterback. Like, you look at the highest paid running backs, even Saquon Barkley, his AAV, I believe, is $20 million a season. Like, there are mid quarterbacks who are making $37 million a year. Derek Carr is making $37 million per year. So I think that's it for me. And like you bring up, Saquon Barkley, the generational talent who also, when he was on a bad team, what did he play on one playoff game for the Giants? Like, we've seen this because that's the thing. Ashton Jeanty's probably not going to one of the best teams. If you don't play behind a great offensive line, if you don't play for a contender, there's a chance that you're still not going to put up great numbers because we saw that with Saquon Barkley, who is the best running back in the NFL and still couldn't will his team to anything meaningful when he played for the Giants.
No, I think that's a really good point. And also, Double D said this during the break, and I think it's something that should be pointed out, is that Ashton Jeanty has played a lot of football. And you're like, well, yeah, he played at Boise State. But he has carried the ball a lot. Like, he has taken a lot of – he's such a physical running back. And he doesn't necessarily have Saquon's breakaway speed, but he's damn sure fast enough. But for someone who has taken a lot of hits and had a lot of carries compared to most college running backs, you wonder, okay, how long can you continue at that rate, and how much punishment can you take in the NFL before you start to wear down? We see this with running backs all the time. Saquon is a unicorn, and frankly, because he was out with his injuries, he missed a lot of games, and in some odd way, it was beneficial. The one thing that did benefit him is that he wasn't taking a lot of punishment. So yeah, his body was injured, but he wasn't banged up like Ashton Genty will be if he takes this much punishment in the NFL that he has in college. So for a guy that has played a lot of football, you do have to be careful for that if you're talking about a running back and drafting him and wanting him for the long term. It's probably the only real issue with Ashton Genty, but it's hard to find many. Coming up next on the show, we will take a closer look at the NFL draft with Ryan Roberts from A to Z Sports. He is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay with us, Hour 3 rolling on.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Thanks for being with us here on a Thursday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Love that sexy sax, baby. Thank you, Double D. One time. Coming up, we're going to talk more NFL draft. It's almost here, a week away, but how do we separate fact from fiction? We're going to ask Ryan Roberts, NFL and college football analyst for A to Z Sports, also scout for the College Gridiron Showcase. Ask him about Ashton Jeanty as well. I'm still trying to find information on this manhunt or whatever was happening outside our home today. It wasn't just outside. It was in our neighborhood. So I'm looking around. I'm trying to find some sort of details. There's got to be something. Like, there's no way a helicopter is flying around with a spotlight looking for someone on the ground for 15 minutes and it's not a story. So I'm going to find that somewhere. I'll keep looking. But have you ever experienced, seen a crime, been a victim? Oh, that sounds terrible. But have you ever been a part of something where it's like, oh my God, I'm watching something unfold that is terrible, where police are involved? Or, I mean, I've had that happen to me one time where there was a guy, it was kind of depressing actually. There was a guy on the sidewalk here. This was a few years ago. And so he collapsed in front of me. And so I was like, oh my God. So I kneeled down and I call 911 and he was on drugs or something. And so I'm kneeling next to him. I'm like holding his head up. I'm hoping he's okay. And then the ambulance comes, the EMT people come and they put him on a gurney. They put him in the ambulance and take him away. I'm like, oh my God, I hope he's okay. And then like 2 weeks later, I saw him walking around like on same street, just on the other side of the sidewalk, like on the other side of the street. And he was all tweaking again. So I guess I feel bad for the guy, but I guess he did drugs on a regular basis. So I was just like the one time I like helped him and he was okay. But then it wasn't really a crime, but it was like the one time I was kind of involved in something. I'm like, oh, this sort of happened. And I was kind of caught in it.
Jenks, are we turning this into a true crime podcast?
Yes,
that's
we are.
What it feels like today.
I know.
We talked about
God.
dead spies who have hung themselves. Now we're talking about,
sorry.
Hey, what crimes have you witnessed? Have you ever seen somebody get murdered? No, Jenks, I haven't. I lived in Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Sorry. That's what I get for living in the city. You know? Man, I gotta turn this ship around. My God, it's just one. Let's flip it. Let's flip it. You know? Everyone's alive and well, getting ready for the NFL draft. No prospects struggling. Let's go. Let's bring in Ryan Roberts, NFL and college football analyst for A to Z Sports, also scout for the College Gridiron Showcase. Ryan, how many murders have you witnessed in your life? Any? 1, 2?
Oh, no.
I did walk into a very conversation there. I don't think I've ever walked in on one. I guess I've seen some on some television shows before, but I've never walked in on one, to be honest.
That's good. Okay, that's good. Just wanted to get that out of the way, clear the air. Yeah. Well, let's start. We were talking about Ashton Jeanty in the previous segment, and what is your take on him? Clearly, he's an otherworldly talent, but do you worry about the tread on the tire that he took in college, or is he really worth all the plaudits we're hearing about him, because he is one hell of a college football player and should be a great NFL player? What do you think?
Yeah, I think he is the best all-around back that has come out in several years. Obviously, like a Bijan Robinson, you can have a conversation about like the upside and the ceiling that he brings to the table because he's just a little bit more of an explosive athlete. But for a guy that catches the ball the way that he does, that runs with contact balance the way that he does, that's so deceptive and decisive and has great vision, like just really, I was talking to a scouting friend the other day where it's just like, hey, what's the hole with Ashton Jeanty? And I'm like, just not really one, like he's just really good at just about everything that he does, right? So I think the hype is very deserved, especially in this class where it's not a top heavy group at all. I know that there's some people that are fighting back still of like, hey, I just wouldn't draft a running back in the top 10, and my reply would just be like the 2025 class is just not top heavy. So there's just, would you rather take a true second round value in the top 10, or would you rather take a guy that is a slam dunk first round grade and a top 10 player in this overall class, right? So I think that he fits the billing. I think he just does everything so well, and I think that he's one of the better all-purpose backs that we've seen come out in several years now.
All right, Ryan, since you're also a college football analyst, I got to ask you about this Nico story. So we keep hearing new rumors about why he has left Tennessee, because at first, he was holding out for more money. He wanted $4 million, or at least that was the report. Now he's saying it's because the offense wasn't good. And then we're saying stuff about like, oh, well, now Tennessee isn't good at developing NFL talent. Like, what's the story here? What do you think Nico is doing to his NFL stock with all this going on?
Yeah, we had a deeper intel piece at A to Z Sports on Sunday where we kind of talked about, on every side of the coin, right? From the Nico side, from the Tennessee side, from the general college football side, talk to as many people as we possibly can. I will say that obviously when something like this happens where it's disingenuous, maybe for lack of a better word, on some sides, or there's a little bit of conflicting reports, I do think there's a lot of posturing that happens, obviously, right? Because people want to save face, people want to not make themselves look bad, like that type of thing. For the recent stuff that's coming out, I'm literally just looking at someone that was talking about it on Twitter. I understand the thought process going from the NFL draft side of things for a second of the Tennessee offense might not be crazy translatable to the NFL. I mean, there's a lot of validity there, right? If that's the main concern, but they have still put out a couple guys into the NFL recently. And if your conversation's about development for the NFL, what is UCLA's track record recently of developing NFL quarterbacks? So it's just, it's, I think it's a disingenuous way to save face, to be honest with you. I don't think that is what we have here is a player that's tried to overplay a market in the spring portal period. Thought that the demand would be super high. Their camp thought the demand would be super high when they eventually hit the portal. And the demand didn't end up being as high as they thought, right? Because in the winter portal, demand is super high because rosters are completely turning over, right? They're completely turning over. We need to fill all these spots. In the spring, for the most part, teams are pretty settled on their roster, right? They're going to add some players. Obviously, there's going to be some defections from the roster, but for the most part, there's not going to be a crazy amount of turnover. And I just think that the Nico side of things just kind of overplayed their hand a little bit, and they're trying to save face because there were demands. In that intel piece we talked about, even back to the winter portal opening, the Nico camp was making demands out there. And it wasn't money at first. It was more of like, hey, we want better supports around him. We want offensive line to come in. We want to improve this offensive line. And if you don't meet those demands, then we're going to take it a step further and say, like, hey, if we're in the same type of situation, then we want more money. Like, that's kind of where the next conversation comes. And some demands weren't met, and they weren't happy, and then they try to use their leverage in the situation of a tight space, and then obviously with the spring portal picking up. And honestly, at this point, I think it was just a misstep after misstep, because now you're going to UCLA, which I hope Deshaun Foster figures it out, because I really liked Deshaun Foster as a football player in his Carolina Panther days, and I do think he's a very genuine person, so I hope they get it figured out at UCLA. But if you're telling me that this is a step forward for you to be a better developed for the NFL, there is no track record, and UCLA is still a barren roster that's probably not going to be overly in 2025. So you overplayed your hand going into a worse situation, and I think you have not only cost yourself on the short term financially, but I think long term you really cost yourself if you're the Nico camp.
We're talking with Ryan Roberts. He is NFL and college football analyst for A to Z Sports, also a scout for the College Gridiron Showcase. Follow him on X at Rise in Draft. Let's talk about another quarterback in Shedeur Sanders. Do you think that the Browns and Giants will really surpass him or just pass him up and let him fall deeper into the draft? Because you know how NFL teams get when they want a quarterback or need a quarterback.
Yeah, I actually do think that it's going to happen, because I'm usually on the other side of it where teams tend to reach for quarterbacks. But there's just something weird there with both those teams for whatever reason, it seems like. And for the Giants, it's a lot more understandable, right? Like Brian Daboll, Joe Shane they're both on the hot seat. So they need to win now. So I don't know if a rookie quarterback is advantageous for them trying to piece together, 8-9 wins in 2025 and trying to hopefully save their job for another year. So that's why they've gone the Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston. Like, that's why their ideology is that way. So I don't think that they're going to draft a quarterback in the top 3 overall selections to just sit and hold a clipboard for a year, because I don't think that they'll know if they're going to be there in 2026. For the Browns, it's a little bit different. Stefanski's obviously coming off of a rough year in 2024, but he's done some good things in Cleveland. I don't know how short his leash is, but they seem to have gone the veteran quarterback market as well. Getting Kenny Pickett and getting Joe Flacco is a little bit of insurance. So I do think right now, if I was a betting man today, Cleveland, probably Travis Hunter at number 2. And then New York's a little bit up and down of what they'll do, but I tend to think it'll be an Abdul Carter or best player available, whoever they deem that to be. The major question after that is, do the Saints like Shedeur? Do they want to move up a couple spots to make sure that nobody jumps them to get Shedeur? Is it a Pittsburgh Steelers that want to go up all the way from 21 to in the top 10 to jump New Orleans Saints if they think they're going to draft him at 9? Like, I do think there's going to be a little bit of a slide here. I expect him to still go within the top 10 picks. I'm not really sure who that would be. Like I said, whether it's the New Orleans Saints or the Steelers coming up for him potentially. But if he lasted a couple picks after top 10, I wouldn't be shocked overall as well. So I do think there's going to be a little bit of a slide that Shedeur happens, and I do think that the Cleveland Browns and the New York Giants will be settled with the veteran quarterback market for now because they're a little bit more win now mode in 2025.
Yeah, so a quarterback's name that I feel like has kind of came out of the woodwork recently, Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. We have seen several big-name media members talk about NFL GMs saying that this guy has a big arm, one of the best arms in the draft. Diana Rossini was talking about it. Peter Schrager saying that there's NFL GMs that are super curious about this guy. And then I watched some of the film. I'm like, oh no, I've seen this before. I'm a Titans fan. This looks like Will Levis when he's under pressure. No. What have you been hearing about Tyler Shuck?
I think there is love around the NFL for him. Absolutely. I think it's very interesting because he has had one of the most bizarre college and NFL draft journeys that we have seen at the quarterback position. I mean, this was a highly recruited kid that went to Oregon, that was a starting quarterback at Oregon, just kept getting beat up and injured, durability concerns, goes to Texas Tech, kind of the same deal. When he plays, he has moments and flashes that kind of get you excited, but then he gets hurt again. And I mean, 2024 was really the first full season that we saw of Tyler Shuck in 7 years. I mean, it is a just wild roller coaster of a career, but there was a lot to like this year. There was. I think we're generally just kind of in that little piece of trying to push guys up the board, maybe where they shouldn't be. Like, I personally would love to have Tyler Shuck on my team in like the late 3rd, 4th round, somewhere in that ballpark to develop him, because I still do think he has developmental upside. He's a big kid. He's got a strong arm. He's a good athlete. I mean, he ran like 4.63, I think, at the combine. So like, he can move well as also, but he's not a guy that should be viewed as a potential late first rounder or a top 50 pick, in my opinion. Like, I don't think he's that. I just think that we're in it's the same thing with like the Jackson Dart conversations right now, right out of Ole Miss, where it's just like, we're propping guys up because there's always a quarterback demand. But in reality, they're probably just like late day 2 quarterbacks that are fun developmental guys, but should not be viewed as the future starting quarterback in year 1 or year 2 for an NFL team. Like, that just shouldn't be what Tyler Shuck is. But Tyler Shuck at the right valuation, I like. At the top 50 late first round valuation, I'm completely out at that spot.
Right, we got a couple minutes here. So who is one guy, not an Ashton Genty, not an Abdul Carter, not a Shedeur Sanders, some guy that you have your eye on who you think, we're not talking about this guy, but he's going to be a great pro?
Yeah, I mean, there's several. I think one guy that pops in immediately, because we this time of year we're always talking about like who's the surprise late first rounders, right? Like who's the guys that sneak in that no one's talking about. I love Jalen Noel out of Iowa State. He's one of my favorite players in the class. And they also have another great receiver, Jaden Higgins, who's a little bit more of a bigger body. But Knowles, 5'10", 196 pounds, not the biggest guy in the world. But he reminds me so much of Steve Smith Sr. with the way that he kind of carries himself, the competitiveness that he plays with. For a guy that's 5'10", you wouldn't think that he would be as good at the catch point as he is, but he just plays with such super confidence in himself. And he's also a 4.39 40 guy, right? And a 40-inch vert guy, which never hurts, obviously. So he just coming off an 80 catch, 11, almost 1,200 yard season this past year. I would not be shocked if one of those Iowa State receivers is a guy that goes late first round that a lot of people are talking about, and similarly to like a Ricky Pearsall the year before. But I really like Jalen Noel. I think that he's going to be kind of coined as a slot in the NFL, but I do think that physicality and the competitiveness he plays with will allow him to move around a little bit.
NFL and college football analyst for A to Z Sports, a scout for the College Gridiron Showcase and on X at Rise and Draft. It is Ryan Roberts. Ryan, we appreciate the time. Thanks so much, man.
Absolutely. Thank you both so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I'm excited for the draft. Going to be covering it in a week with the Commanders, but it's not going to be as exciting this year because last year, I mean, we had the number 2 pick, and this year it's number 29. So there's going to be a lot of standing around like, who's going to be there at 29? It's exciting, but it's not nearly as exciting as when you think you're going to get like your quarterback of the future. You know, the buildup isn't there.
Yeah, so for you, you're going to be back to watching murder shows.
Yes, exactly.
It's like, sorry you don't have my attention. I'm going to go back to Dateline. Sorry,
Yeah.
this is more interesting.
That's probably what I'm going to do. I'm going to see my goal until the weekend. Well, I was going to say for the rest of the week. We have, 20 minutes and 1 day left this week. I'm going to see if I can go the rest of the week without mentioning murder. How about that? No true crime.
That's a fun goal.
It's a fun goal. Let's see, starting in the next break until at least Monday. No Dateline, no forensic files, and I won't ask any guests that we have on this show whether or not they've witnessed a crime. How about that? It's good to have goals. That's my goal for the next 48 hours. We'll see how that plays out. Coming up next on the show, let's make some money. Chelsea and I have crunched the numbers. We've looked at everything. Now it's time to spit out our bets. Those and the Dogster coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network, where everyone is alive and very happy and not witnessing any crime. Stay there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Thursday. Speeding towards the weekend. Appreciate you waking up with us. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Oh, yeah. Got best bets coming up here. For Chelsea, I have turned this show into terrible story time. No more stories from this guy. What's going on with you today? What about you? Tell me what's happening in the Tennessee, Hendersonville, Nashville metropolitan area. What do you have on the docket today?
Let's go to Chelsea's Wholesome Corner where we flip the script. And so today is the big Easter egg hunt at my daughter's Mother's Day Out, which is basically like pre-K. So I had to fill some eggs last night with candy, but Blake absolutely loves Easter egg hunts. In fact, we've been doing them at our place for like the last week, which is fun because she likes me to do it as well. And it's like, sure, I would love to bend over 27 extra times to pick up something off the ground, because that's, my favorite activity when I have to pick up toys off the ground. So it's like, my back hurts, sweetie. Please don't make me pick up any more Easter eggs. So I'm glad that somebody else is doing it.
Oh, that's good. And also, I made you pasta last night. Like, come on, mom needs a break. Like, I'm doing everything around here. How long is this Easter egg hunt going to last?
I mean, I don't know, like 15 minutes maybe?
I
don't know how many eggs they're hiding because, like, it's at school. So, like, I'm not going to be there. I'm not watching. But I know she's really excited for it. Yeah. And she has another one coming up on Saturday. So, like, it's Easter egg hunt season. We're going to have to go straight from the soccer game to another Easter egg hunt. So we're going to do the whole, like, change in the bathroom scenario. Do you remember doing that? Like, I feel like you were involved in a lot of things. Did you ever have to, like, change in the car or change in, like, the grocery store bathroom?
Oh, 1,000%. Or in the back of the car. That was when we had, like, a big Suburban, so it was like, all right, you got to get ready for basketball practice. So just get in the back of the car, like, throw on, your basketball practice jersey and your shorts and put on your shoes, like, just change in the back of the car and then go to practice, that kind of thing. Oh, all the time.
Yeah. And so now the rational fear that I have was, I remember all the time that I would, like, forget stuff as a child. Like, even when I was like Blake's 5, so I have to remember everything for her at this stage. But, like, I remember going from, like, swim practice to softball practice and be like, I forgot my cleats. Like, did you ever have one of those moments where you, like, forget your uniform or you forget your cleats and your mom or whoever has to, like, run back to the house and, like, hurriedly get it? Or you have to wear, like, some huge one? Like, I remember one time my brother forgot his cleats and he had to wear, like, somebody's dad's cleats. And so he was, like, a 12-year-old boy wearing these huge cleats. And he was the pitcher. So it looked very funny. But it's going to happen at one point. I've got to emotionally prepare myself for it because everybody forgets things occasionally.
Oh, yeah. It'll happen. Cleats. I mean, cleats are so different. Man, it wasn't like you didn't enter. Now, of course, you can have different size cleats. You can have, the smaller ones. Football players, will change the size depending upon what sort of turf that they're on. Back in the day, it was just like you're wearing cleats. There was no changing of, like, the actual cleats, like different sizes. You're getting cleats. That's it. Done.
Well, he was wearing an adult size cleats. Like, they're not different cleats. It's just they didn't fit him. Do you get what I'm saying? They were big cleats. Yeah, for sure. They didn't fit his feet.
I get it. Oh, no, I get it. I'm just saying back in the day, like, it was just like, if they're oversized, you couldn't even do anything to sort of mitigate that. It was just like, they're big cleats and you're just wearing, like, old school cleats. They're much more refined than they used to be. Like, I'm just taking you back, Chelsea. But I get it. Big cleats, little guy, fat guy, little coat. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski and Sammy P are hosting. They're going to talk about the Mavs and the Heat winning last night. They're going to have an update on their list of losers, which I'm glad they clarified. I didn't know what that was about, but I like that. It's basically a list of pitchers you should think about fading or fade on a fairly regular basis to win yourself some money if you're talking baseball bets. And then we'll have the latest on the NFL draft. Also, a couple great guests on the show as well. John Daigle from Establish the Run. We'll talk more about the draft at 9:20, so that's coming out really shortly. And then Nick Friedel, an NBA analyst, will talk about the playoffs coming up at 10 in the East. All right. Story time's over. Now it's time to lay out some winners, so let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
A couple squad plays too, Chelsea. Lead the way.
Yeah, story time's over. It sounds like a thread, doesn't it? All right, story time's over. It's time to get our bets in. All right, so we've been monitoring this line all morning when it comes to the Reds and the Mariners. So we looked at this full game, and originally it was the Reds underdogs at -105. Oh boy, has this line shifted over the last hour and a half. Now the Reds are favored in this game, and pretty heavily, I might add. Now most places they are -130, -140. But here's what we're going to do. I think the reason this line is shifting is because of the starting pitcher mismatch here. I'm a big fan of Brady Singer, and I'm also a bigger fan of what the offense brings to the table for the Cincinnati Reds. If you look at the Reds, they're a decent offense. If you look at Brady Singer, he's had 3 runs or fewer allowed in each start so far this season. Also has a higher strikeout potential, has games of 7 strikeouts, 8 strikeouts, as opposed to the other side with Emerson Hancock, who I feel like is a mid-level pitcher with a mid-level offense at best. So I'm going to go with the Reds, follow the money here. Let's take them in the first 5 at -130.
Yeah, I'm going to be on that play as well. Love that. Like to see the money going in our direction. We said earlier today this might be a bad number, and I think that's turning out to be the case. I'm going to try and get some early money on, yes, I am going with the Pirates on the money line. I know. Hosting the Nats. Look, I hate to fade my Nationals, but Trevor Williams is going for the Nats, and he has been really hard to back early in the season. Maybe he'll make the list of losers for Joe Owen, Sammy P. He needs to be on this list pretty soon. Giving up at least 3 runs in each of his last 3 appearances. Last time out against the Marlins, we know a club that does not hit the ball gave up 6 runs in 4 2/3. At some point, maybe he settles down, but even against these Pirates bats, like he's going to have to prove it to me. And also the Washington bullpen ranked dead last in Major League Baseball. Also because of that dust-up last night, I think a little bit of motivation for the Pirates. So let's take Pirates cheap price, -125 in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, National. Story time's over.
Let's go.
Time for the Pirates. All right, so the other play of the day for me is going to be a squad play. We're fading the White Sox once again. We're going to be taking the A's on the money line at -154. This is the best price that we've found. JP Sears has been pretty quality for the A's so far this season. Quality starts in 2 of his last 3 starts. And also the A's offense, I think, is the bigger story here. If you look across the board, they're top 10 in just about every metric, OPS, average, and 6th in Major League Baseball in home runs. Meanwhile, you look at the White Sox, they are dead last in OPS. They are not a good team. So we'll take the A's here, maybe an undervalued squad at a decent price. So let's go A's -154 as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely on that. Fade the White Sox. We can get a decent price. My favorite bet is actually in Detroit today. Royals at Tigers. You can play it under 8. For the purposes of this show, yeah, I'll go 8 and a hook, -140. But under 8 is just fine. You got Michael Lorenzen going for the Royals. Reese Olson going for the Tigers. Michael Lorenzen has been solid this year for Kansas City. 3 runs or less in each of his 3 appearances. Reese Olson, it hasn't been great thus far, 1-1, ERA of 6, but he's due for some positive regression after a shaky start. If you look at his career statistics, the metrics bear that out. Also, it's going to be cold and windy at Comerica Park. I believe the wind's going to be blowing in. Tigers are middle of the road when it comes to the over-under this season, but not the Royals. 4th best under team in Major League Baseball. I think we get a low-scoring affair today in Motown, so let's go under 8 and a hook. You like that or no?
Ooh. Well, I feel like Royals and Tigers, that feels like an under game to me. But right? I feel like those aren't teams that I normally trust. But I'm rooting for you.
Thanks. I got you. I'm pulling for you. I mean, not on my card, but good luck. All right, that's a big card for me. Normally I don't go with 4 games. Let's find out what the Dockster's doing, then we'll bring in Sammy P. Dockster in studio, always covered in money. He's actually having a pretty good week betting-wise. Dockster, what's going on?
Ashton Genty has inspired me, so I've written a letter to all the ladies out there that might be interested in me. I've taken the long way. If you pick me, it's simple. I'm coming to your home to do what Shannon Sharp and Michelle just did. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for your time, the Darkster.
Oh, that doesn't sound appealing to anyone, actually. Let's have a bet.
Okay, Giants at the Phillies, over 8.
Close. Not quite there. Yeah, just such a downer each and every day. Here's a guy who always brings us the light into our show at the very end. It's Sammy P coming up on Bet Sweats. Sammy P, what's going on?
Am I an upper then, if he's a downer?
You're an upper. You're definitely an upper. Yes.
Well,
team uppers.
Speaking of downers, I think I need Bulls rehab. I bet those bums last night.
No.
I've made fun of them for 3 straight weeks, and then I decided, you know what I should do? I should bet these bums that I've been making fun of. And they're bad, guys. They're bad.
Would you rather lose a bet like right off the bat or like lose in a bad beat? Because like I go back and forth. Because sometimes if you lose a bet and it's like in the second quarter, you're like, well, at least have the rest of my night free.
I would much rather get blown out than lose at the buzzer. That's very obvious for me. It's an easy answer. When you lose at the buzzer, when you're laying 2.5 and you're up 5, and some guy you've never heard of banks in a 3 from half court, that's the worst.
At least that didn't happen.
Oh, that's true. At least you could turn it off early. I have a question I know you're going to talk about the NFL draft on the show, and you're going to have John Daigle on to talk about that from Established One. Are you a big draft guy? Because some people really get into the draft, and some people are like, it's interesting, but then there's draft gurus out there. Are you a guru when it comes to this?
No, I'm not, but we know people that are, and I think the way that the draft betting has changed over the last few years, because the Sharps have destroyed the draft, books are putting up less options and taking smaller limits because they call it a loss leader. They don't know what to do with the draft, and Sharps just pick them apart. Problem is, you can't bet what you used to bet, so it's an ever-changing process. Books got tired of losing on the draft, that's for sure.
Wow, that's interesting.
Well, because it's like information based, right? It's an information market. So it's not like you're setting numbers.
And there's no defense against good information.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's why we listen to Bet Sweats right there. Our personal upper, Sammy P. Sammy P, have a great show. Good to see you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, of course. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network with Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you go out and have a fantastic Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. Bet Sweats here. BetMGM Network, BetMGMNetwork.com, YouTube and Twitch as well. First hour of the show, always on Stadium, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network. John Daigle will be joining us to talk some NFL draft 1 week from tonight. 1 week. It's going to be the big day, NFL draft. So we'll continue to talk about those betting markets over the next week. Our friend Nick Friedel, perfect day to have Nick on, to talk about the NBA, everything we've been seeing in the play-in, looking ahead to Friday's play-in, and then, of course, the real stuff gets going this weekend. A lot of MLB conversation coming your way. We'll hit on NHL as well. Sam?
Go ahead.
I was going into the evening thinking, okay, good. We've got an early 5:30 game. I'll be able to get home. I'll be settled in. I'll see the entire second half. And then I get in the car. I turn it on. It's the halftime show. It felt like it was like, come on, can I get the score? I didn't bother checking the phone before we started moving. What? That can't be right. That can't be the halftime score. There's no way it's 71-47. There's no way it's 71-47. It was 71-47. So I'm assuming your red underwear are soiled.
Gone. Threw them out. Garbage. I may need to check myself into Bulls rehab. I hadn't bet that team all year. I went back through all my spreadsheets and I hit Control F and typed in Bulls because I do everything on Excel. So I can find anything. If you ask me how many times have you bet the Pittsburgh Pirates, I can find out in 10 seconds. I didn't bet the Bulls all year. And I decided to come in, playoff game, seeing red. You knew at the end of the first quarter they were dead. You knew it. You're watching them refuse to guard the best player on Miami, Tyler Hero, who had almost a 40-piece on the road last night. Mm-hmm. Why did I do that to myself? Why? It's my own fault. I deserve to be laughed at. I deserve tomatoes to the face. We all knew that they stunk. We've made fun of them for weeks. Yet I bit the bait and bet those bums.
Here's what's great. I can't laugh at you because, okay, it closes 2 and Miami covers by 21, right? I said bet the over. That missed by 21 because Miami dictated everything in this game. So both of L's are L's. I don't know if it matters to people how much you miss by or whatever. Just chalk it up as a bad play. But yeah, each of us missed by 21. But you know what? It's just, I'm not going to laugh at you because you were the voice of reason when it comes to this team. But you woke up on game day and it seemed like you felt differently. Like, okay, they're going to go. But looking back, like, oh, of course. Of course. It's a tale as old as time. Chicago sports fan overrates how good their team is in comparison to the rest of the league. Chicago sports fan really thinks they're going to outcoach Eric Spoelstra in the playoffs. The Miami Heat end the Bulls season for the third time in a row. The third straight time the Miami Heat win to beat the Bulls to end their season. So you go 15-5 in your last 20 games, and people buy into that.
They don't want to hear the context of, and I'm part of this. I wasn't saying Bulls win, but I thought, they would at least be competitive last night, and they were not. But people don't want to hear, hey, this game, that game, these handful of games, they weren't playing starters on the other side. They're trying to lose. Like, people don't want to hear it. They just see the success at the end. Giddey's terrific now. He's a triple-double threat every single game. He's going to be a superstar. Kobe White's going to be a superstar. Oh, Kobe White, 5 for 20 from the field. People don't want to hear that. But, I mean, it's looking back. It's like, oh, well, we probably should have seen that coming, but the Bulls were awful last night. Game was over early. Both games were over extremely early. Not a reason to hang around unless you were betting something that was in the balance.
We'll get to Mavs Kings in a second. I just wanted to rattle off the list of wins the Bulls have had. I went back and looked at their last 10 seasons now. 39 wins, 39, 40, 46, yay, 31, 22 in the COVID year, 22 and 43, 22, 27, 41, 42. That is the last 10 years of Chicago Bulls basketball. Now, they did make a regime change in the middle of that when they got rid of Garpax, but this Karnisovas guy, I mean, he's the same guy. They don't know how to build a roster. They get bad apples, and they flame out early, if they even make the playoffs. So, it's just the definition of basketball hell. They're not good enough to make a run, and they're not bad enough to get a top 5 pick.
Same ownership. The ownership doesn't change. The goals probably haven't changed because you're under the same ownership. So you're absolutely
packed,
right.
Dude. It was packed.
Yeah.
Sell out.
Well, of course. And you know what? They were getting booed off the court at halftime. So, I mean, that definitely happened. Caleb Williams was courtside, but not too much to get excited about, not too much to watch if you're a Bulls fan. If you played the Heat, good on you. Played the under, that was a strong look. They dictated everything in that game. Give it up to Tyler Hero again. I mean, 38 points. No defense on him to be seen, but you do have to give him credit. 10 for 12 on his twos. We always talk about threes, made threes. That prop was when he's on fire, like he's as good as anyone, but 10 for 12 on twos. You did see that awful Bulls defense, even though it was a clear-cut under. And we got a dog coming through last night. A dog gets through. Dallas over Sacramento. They were up by as many as 26. So Miami goes up by 25 on the Bulls, and Dallas goes up by 26 on Sacramento. The 6-point dog pulls off the upset. I was right on this total. This one did go over. The totals in the play-in so far, 2-2. The dogs are 3-1 against the spread.
This total also came down about 10 points. Remember, it opened.
That was the biggest move.
Got down to 214, 214.5, and it flies over all the closing numbers, ekes over the opening number. This is what happens when you have players that know how to win in the playoffs. And when they connect, when they're in control, this is what can happen. Now, I don't want to get too ahead of myself here because we're going to see Dallas play again tomorrow, and that's probably going to be a popular side. It's funny how that works. There weren't a lot of people that were banging the drum to bet Dallas, but now you're going to give that Dallas team points on Friday, and people will come in and go, oh, well, they did just play well on Wednesday. That's how it works. That's how bettors think. What did we last see? But if you get 50 points from Davis and Thompson combined, not to mention 17 from P.J. Washington, you're going to have a chance to win these games. And Clay was efficient. 33 minutes, took 11 shots, made 8, 5 of 7 from 3. He was very good last night. That was vintage Clay. And I think if you look at yesterday, just in simplistic terms, you had the teams with playoff guys that have performed in the playoffs both take care of business. We've heard for years about Heat culture, and with Bam and with Hero and guys like that. And then on the Dallas side with Davis and Clay, the playoff performers performed. The teams without those guys did not. And hey, wow, color me shocked that Zach LaVine, the lifetime loser, lost another playoff game. All that guy does is lose. He's allergic to winning, Zach LaVine.
No, you're right, though, about the experience, and that matters. And it matters in betting markets. That's why you bet on coaches that have some experience, and of course the players as well. Yeah, good move. We didn't really do anything on this game, but yeah, when they did make that trade, they rightfully trashed the Mavericks as an organization. But AD was able to carry them through this game. So here we sit looking ahead to Friday. We get both road dogs winning last night. Since the play-in started, we have never seen a 10 seed get to the playoff. Take one of those spots there. We've never seen it. Maybe this is the year. We're going to have a couple of 10s in action on Friday. So Miami at Atlanta. Atlanta, a very short favorite. I think you're right. I think they're going to bet the two winners from last night. So Miami is a short dog against Atlanta. It's 1.5 over at BetMGM. And then Memphis, similar number to what we saw last night with Dallas and Sacramento. Memphis, a 6.5-point home favorite against Dallas. Sam, yeah, it's hard to not to overreact, but I wouldn't be shocked if one of these 10 seeds breaks through and it finally happens.
None of those teams playing Friday are good.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be surprised by any result. I don't know that I'm going to make a position on either game. I know we're going to talk more NBA throughout the show, and this segment is for our opening thoughts, but two dogs got bet, man, on Saturday. And you love one, I love the other. Clippers get bet 3.5 down to 2.5, and the Minnesota Timberwolves get bet from 5 down to 4. Those are both teams that we like. I like Minnesota to win the series. You got the Clippers making a run. They both got money yesterday into today for Saturday.
Very interesting stuff. By the way, the props, as of the end of the show, the public did very well. They went 4-1. So we want to mention that. 2 of them were fading Patrick Williams. Patrick Williams did nothing in the game. He barely played. And so those end up hitting. The loser was DeRozan. They did under 24.5 points. DeRozan goes over that number, scoring 33, leading the way for Sacramento. But their season is now a wrap. We've got to get to baseball because we talked so much about Strider's return yesterday. We were on Toronto as a dog, and we hit that one. Bassett versus Strider, they stayed in the game for about the same amount of time. Bassett outdueled Strider. Strider in his return, pitching for the first time in a year, 5 Ks. The number was 5.5. It was a juiced 5.5. 5 Ks, 1 walk, gives up 2 runs. He goes 97 pitches. So they were not holding him back. But Atlanta loses 3-1. Toronto wins there in Strider's return to the field.
The books had him priced like mid-season Strider, rhythm-based Strider, and he was okay. He should have never been $1.40, $1.50 on the road, which we talked about. That was a good way to start the day on Wednesday. We had the Jays, took the $1.25. By the end of the show, it went down about 10, 15 cents. So that was a great way to start it. And then I had the Padres Cubs over 7.5. The game just stays under, and the Padres had the bases loaded 3 times and did nothing with it. What do? They left 10 guys on base. That's not going to get you over the total. That Cub team, very up and down, very Jekyll and Hyde. The offense is either very good or very bad. But that was frustrating. It was nice, though, to be on the other side of Strider. I don't know that I'm going to look to bet against him, though, 2-3 weeks down the road, because when he finds it and he gets in a rhythm, that's a guy that's going to be one of the best pitchers in baseball yet again.
Yeah, I don't think we need to bet Braves yet. I think we can hold off a little bit. We initially said May 1. We're just keeping a close eye on it because we don't want to miss any sort of value. But the Braves lose yesterday. The other thing that I did was that 2-legger. It's like Dodgers, almost a free space. They go up big early. They do hang on. They beat Colorado. But if you played the run line on the Dodgers, you lost. Ends up being an 8-7 final. Dodgers win. And then my other leg was Tampa Bay. They can't score a run. They lose 1-0. They only give up 1 run to Boston, and you end up losing. So that was quite a bit frustrating. But they didn't score on Newcomb, which is something that you expect. The guy didn't even go 5 full innings. It was the Red Sox bullpen shutting down Tampa Bay. But pitcher's duel there Only 1 run scored in the entire game. You mentioned the Padres. They're 15-4, man. They've lost once in 13 home games. They are smoking right now. Not a team you want to go against. Oh, what do you know? The Royals lose to the Yankees again. That one was 4-3 yesterday. I didn't bet it, thank God. I had enough of that.
Royals, I thought, were the right side. When you get to 3-3 through 6 innings, the dog is a decent bet, regardless of result. It's not like the Yankees rolled the Royals. Aaron Judge hits the solo home run in the 7th, right, to go ahead. That's why they win it, and that guy is as dangerous as it gets.
Good look. We didn't bet it. Something was funky with that Angels-Rangers line, and we stayed away from betting the Angels and Soriano, and the Rangers end up winning that game. NFL Draft next. John Daigle will drop by. We'll get his thoughts right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
The NFL Draft, 1 week away. Next Thursday, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Let's talk some drafts, some betting angles with our buddy John Daigle from EstablishTheRun.com, not Jay Daigle on X. And now that we're a week away, John, it does feel like the top four, not that it's 100% set in stone, but as far as talking about the draft, betting on the draft, I think people are kind of moving on. Like the draft is kind of starting at 5, even though they're going to build it up on TV and be shocked when it's Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell in the top 4. But it really feels like more and more that the only disagreements we're seeing across the board are once you get to that 5, 6 spots. What do you think?
I've been taking it so far that I don't think the draft starts till 6. I'm pretty locked in on the top 5 spots. And I just think it's a process of elimination thing. Like, yes, the Jaguars would like to start their regime under Liam Cohen with a better offensive line and Will Campbell in particular. They've even came out and said, despite his short arm length, they, like the Patriots, view him as a anchor tackle. But again, if we're assuming that the Patriots also think that way after spending the most money, in particular in free agency on the defensive side of the ball, and then get to address their offense with the first pick at number 4 overall, then if that's the case, Campbell obviously not on the board for the Jaguars. So I do think they go Mason Graham. I do think the favoritism is the correct spot in his favor. And then number 6, that's where it gets interesting to me because everything's on the board. We were talking behind the scenes during the commercial break, and it just has never clicked for me that the pick is Ashton Genty. It doesn't make sense for all of Pete Carroll, John Spytek, and Tom Brady to lean with that type of position in favor of Genty over someone like Will Johnson at cornerback to start the defense. We know Carroll and John Schneider in Seattle also favored not only drafting cornerbacks early, but lengthy cornerbacks like Will Johnson as well, or starting their offensive line with Armand Membu to protect whomever they draft at running back in the second round for Chip Kelly, because we do think that possibly both of his guys, Quinshon Judkins and Trayvon Henderson, could be available early in the second round, and obviously protecting Geno Smith. So that's kind of my lean right now, is that number 6 is available for long shots here at both offensive line and cornerback.
So if it's not Genty, as you've sort of alluded to, he's minus a quarter, give or take. I'm just throwing out consensus prices here. This could be that first real pick market, number 6, where we go a little bit deeper. Membu about 6-1, Jalen Walker is 7-1, Will Johnson's 8-1. I've heard Kelvin Banks mention number 6 potentially. He's 17-1. Of those guys and those prices, more importantly, what's attractive price-wise?
I still think offensive line to the Raiders is live at those numbers. And then you mentioned Kelvin Banks. Whether it's first tackle or connecting the dots on a long shot to either the Raiders or the Jets, the very next pick at number 7 overall, I still like those numbers a lot too, just because when you get past Campbell, Membu, and Kelvin Banks in particular, then the rest of the guys are viewed as interior players who the NFL could then potentially stretch to tackle. Whereas like Kelvin Banks is only going to be 21 years old in week 1. He was a 5-star recruit and had the longest wingspan of any tackle in this class. This is a guy that I cannot imagine NFL GMs looking at, especially like after they personally interviewed him and saying he's going to play on the interior. This is someone they will view in the NFL as a anchor left tackle. And so I just think someone like that is going to go much earlier than we like doing mock drafts thinks. That's why I think he has a long shot chance to be the first tackle drafted. Or like I said, if Membu comes off the board first to the Raiders, it just naturally slides into where the Jets, like Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson did, then Tanner Engstrand, offensive coordinator, and Aaron Glenn will just start their careers and that regime and running the ball heavily with Justin Fields and Breece Hall and leaning on building the offensive line at number 7.
We had your colleague Evan Silva on the show yesterday, and just by looking at his mock draft, the hot take seemed to be one quarterback in the entire first round. And then I look at the latest mock that you've posted, and maybe you have a different opinion. This is a fluid situation. But last week in the mock that you posted, you had the second quarterback going at number 9 overall, and probably a different second quarterback than most have, because you slotted in Jackson Dart to the Saints at number 9. how confident are you that New Orleans is going quarterback, and how confident are you that Dart is a first-round guy? Because he's going to impact a lot of markets, whether we're talking about the under on him. He would probably make the quarterbacks go over with the number set at 2.5, juiced heavily to the over.
I'm still between 2 and 4 quarterbacks, and I cannot pinpoint it. Initially, last week when I put that first mock out, I did think the Saints I was probably about 70-30, them going quarterback. I'm eliminating Shadur Sanders from my process entirely. They didn't send anyone of importance to his pro day. They have not interviewed him. I think even the Saints are telling us they do not care at all about Shadur Sanders. They're trying to hone down on whether they value Jackson Dart at number 9 overall. That's it. Now, I have heard behind the scenes also that they are very high on Tyler Shuck. I do not think, I'm not going to rule it out. I do not think they're number 9 overall high on Tyler Shuck. I think this is either trade into the first round to get that 5th year locked up, or trade early into the second round for Tyler Shuck high. But again, I think that is part of their process going on right now. And if that's the case, and all they're doing is saying we need the best player available just in case we don't get Shuck and we're leaning towards Arch Manning in 2026, if that's the way they're building in year 1 under Kellen Moore, and then that means that live shots are very live for the best player on the board, and the best player on the board at number 9 would then be Tyler Warren, logically, if we just map out the mock draft. And so despite giving Juwan Johnson, I believe it was $30+ million in free agency, I do think Tyler Warren is right there for them if they are going best player overall. And so that's also a long shot I'm trying to weigh with their quarterback situation.
I remember the 2022 draft, when you had that run on receivers. Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Olave, Jamison Williams. This receiver class is very much not that strong. That said, though, John, I've heard a lot of people that I respect really start to fall for Matthew Golden out of Texas. Now, he's a speed guy, and speed kills in this league. You also mentioned McMillan may be sliding for a couple reasons that we've also heard about. Golden 17.5 over under, which I think is probably going to close a little bit lower if the steam keeps coming in. It's been bet under a little bit. But also, MGM has a market first receiver that isn't Travis Hunter. McMillan minus 250, Matthew Golden plus 170. Are you in on Golden or not?
I am definitely in on Golden, if only because I think we can connect a lot of dots, but one spot in particular at number 12 overall to Dallas, that's a real connection. Like, not only Brandon Cooks and Stephen Jones coming out and saying for their second receiver, they are looking for quote unquote explosiveness. And there's nothing more explosive than the guy who ran 4.2 at the combine. But we also know historically the Cowboys do not prioritize winning. They prioritize business. And there's nothing that's going to sell more jerseys than an in-state prospect coming from the Longhorns going to the Cowboys. So I think Golden fits in so many ways for Dallas at number 12 overall. Not only that, but if you are looking for a secondary speed option, like the Chargers potentially, like the Bills trading up potentially for more options for Josh Allen, you would lean Matthew Golden over Tet McMillan for sure. And so, yes, I do think Golden is still, I'm pretty confident he's going to be drafted over Tet McMillan, if only for that speed he showed. And I'm not saying that's the right process at all. I'm just saying that's how I believe the NFL is thinking right now. And then we'll see on McMillan. It really just depends who views him as like the next Mike Evans, because he is a big receiver who can play exclusively on the outside. That's kind of the hang up for Emeka Egbuka right now, is that I believe teams have already pigeonholed him to being a power slot receiver, even though he showed us at Ohio State he can win outside. I just don't know how many teams are actually going to let him play outside. So that's really the hang up with the entire wide receiver class right now, is that outside of Travis Hunter, who is also profiled as a cornerback by most franchises, this receiver class is really weak, and it's all about what you need. That's why even Silva, as you mentioned, in his latest mock draft, had a long shot, Luther Burden sneaking to the first round to the Bills, which makes sense because Joe Brady's offense operates underneath, just like Khalil Shakir, which is why his catch rate's so high. It's because they literally just pepper him close to the line of scrimmage and ask him to get yards after the catch. That is the style of play that Luther Burden has, is taking the ball and then getting upfield like a shallow Brandon Ayuk pretty much. If the Bills are leaning towards that in Joe Brady's scheme, then yes, Luther Burden definitely fits that bill over Tet McMillan. But I do believe the Bills are also, you didn't ask this question, but I do think they're sneakily leaning towards another weapon, whether it be wide receiver or running back for Josh Allen too.
With John Daigle, establishtheRun.com, not Jay Daigle on X. This is Bet Sweats Show. Oh, Sammy P. Let's talk bets. Bets that you've made or draft positions, wagers that are available at this moment that you would recommend. Take it wherever you'd like.
I talked about Kelvin. I talked about a couple I really like, but I still think they're live on the board is Kelvin Banks slotting, in particular to the Jets. Kelvin Banks also potentially being the number one tackle taken, just because I also believe that if the Raiders throw us all off and go Jalen Walker or Will Johnson, the Jets could still lean Banks as an anchor left tackle over M'Boue, who profiles better on the right side. I think he's just very live, Banks is, at 6 and 7. So still like him in those places at long shot odds. I think Tyler Warren could go everywhere from 8 to the Panthers if they are also looking at best player overall, which is something that's being dangled. Even in his pre-draft press conference, Dave Canales sneakily mentioned wanting to run the offense through tight ends. And it's like, oh, here's this tight end who is actually, although Colston Loveland is the better receiver, Tyler Warren is the closer George Kittle comp, and that he's an amazing blocker who can get off the line and then catch the ball and make something happen afterwards. So Tyler Warren also makes sense to the Panthers at 8. Saints, as we talked about, is best player available, or even the Bears if Aftagenti does end up going at number 6 overall. So 8, 9, 10 for Tyler Warren. Also long shots I think are worth taking depending on what those guys are thinking. And then after that is when you get into the Will Johnson market, just in case he does slip. I do think profiling and athleticism is going to be huge for Will Johnson, so much so it may take him out of the top 10, but he can still very easily be the first cornerback taken over Jahdae Barron out of Texas, so much so that I think the 49ers right now and the Dolphins are the floors for Will Johnson, 11 or 13 overall. And so those are two fits I like as well.
I think the one thing that we should wrap with is how much draft betting has changed. And let's take Circa, for example. 3 years ago, Circa puts up props early March. They put up 50 over-unders in terms of player position. They put up all these markets. They're taking nickels and dimes. And here we are in 2025. Circa is putting their props up today, April 17th, week before the draft. It's not just a Circa thing. These books, John, they were tired of losing money. Because as you know, the longer these markets are up, the more likely it is that information comes out. And then there's no defense against the information. We also can't get down. I tried to bet $500 the other day, and they offered me $100 at one book. So it's not what it used to be, and I don't think that's going to get any better for the player going forward.
Unfortunately, I believe you're correct. Jeff, of course, is doing his best out there, but $300 limits is probably what most of us just have to take, unless you have something else available to you that we're not allowed to talk about. But yeah, I think we're just going to be limited across the board. Having said that, I'll be curious to see what else Circa offers, because we are all still waiting on exactas. Like, we're also confident in the top 5 selections. No books have given us any exactas whatsoever. So I'm still waiting on those to see if we get plus odds at the first 5 selections that we're overconfident on. And then the picks I talked about, Banks and Warren in particular, we'll see what we can get down on, because there are still some 6-1, 8-1s out there that I really, really like. Again, we're probably going to be limited, but we'll see what Circa is going to offer. But I do agree that, yes, we are just going to be limited at that book in particular this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to offer much. I think it's just going to be a handful of the main guys that people are talking about. Here's a draft position number, with them, being pretty sharp numbers at this point for what the draft is.
At ETR, I think we've actually we've done 3 draft bets in the Slack or in the Discord.
Wow.
And the draft bets Discord is entirely free, and we're not holding anything back. It's just everything has either not been offered, not been limited to us, or it's so fluid right now that it just comes off the board immediately. It's been a really, really tough season for draft betting, in my opinion.
Yeah,
so you're looking bets. For
2.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
I had like almost nothing. So you're looking for them to post top 5: Ward, Hunter, Carter, Campbell, and then are you going Graham 5? Did you say?
I am a Graham guy. I am a Graham guy.
Because that's been changing a lot lately with a lot of people I've noticed, where maybe that changes things.
Yeah, as you're showing on the board right now, minus 160. Yeah. Last I looked, it was minus 130. So all the same. I don't know who else they would take. I know Silva floated the idea of Will Johnson. I'm not buying into that. I know other people have mentioned that possibly Tyler Warren after Evan Ingram was released. I'm not buying into that since they've already talked up their tight ends room, whatever that means this offseason. So yeah, I know it's chalk, but I do believe that Mason Graham after Will Campbell is the highest player on their board. And that's where my process personally just stops.
John Daigle, EstablishTheRun.com. Good stuff there. Check out his mock draft that is posted right here, right now. Good luck, John, with all of your wagers you're able to get down on. We'll talk today's MLB card on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Here on Bet Sweats. 20 minutes from now, we'll check in with Nick Friedel. Can't wait to get his Bulls thoughts on what he witnessed last night. It's going to be a good time. And we'll talk, of course, about the rest of the series going down. We got the Friday matchups. And, of course, we continue to wait. All those teams resting up for the series that will start on Saturday. But as far as today goes, we've got, about 10, I think? 10 MLB games, a handful of them. Getaway day earlier in the afternoon. Sam, so we're in the part of the rotation, which kind of sucks. Like, there's a lot of really bad pitchers going today for the most part. If you remove Sanchez with Philadelphia, it's not the best list. So maybe some people are going to be looking at some totals, or maybe there's value on some dogs. What do you think?
I like the Nats. Not big picture. I like the Nats today because Andrew Heaney is a $1.30 favorite in the year of our Lord 2025, and I am not there from a price standpoint. And that's sort of been a pattern on this show. We look at guys that are priced maybe a little above board, and we've done pretty well with a lot of those guys. Sean Newcomb last week, a couple guys earlier this week. I don't think the Pirates should be $1.30, $1.35 with Andrew Heaney, a guy who could get lit up like a cigarette at any moment. So that was one of my first looks. And then I think the conversation that we should have is, should Sears and the Athletics without a home, should they be $1.55 in Chicago? My answer is no. I'm sure some people would hate the thought of betting the White Sox on a Thursday afternoon to potentially ruin your day. But my first two looks are both dogs, and they're both early. Williams and the Nats, plus 120. I'll call it plus 118 now, I guess. And Davis Martin and the White Sox, plus 140. Thoughts on those?
Okay, Washington, Pittsburgh. Trevor Williams off to a bad start, but if you look at what he did last year, and if you want to roll with the larger sample, I would certainly argue to do that. 13 starts, and if you look at all the guys going today, he had the best expected ERA of the entire group at 3.17. Now, he has had his struggles. That's the problem. His last start at Miami over the weekend gave up 6 runs on 8 hits, 1 home run, a lot of fly balls. So that's gotten him into trouble. But I think you could, if we're just going to match these pitchers up, right? And I understand slow start on Trevor Williams, tough to back him. Trevor Williams is the better pitcher right now, I'd say overall. Yes, I understand this year, and you're expecting him to turn it around, but Heaney, should he be minus 130? Yeah, probably not. What I did notice in that game, that total is dropping. It was 8, and last check, now we're sitting at 7.5 for that game. And then, okay, on the Athletics, I get your point. We've got both pitchers that are not very good. They're probably close to even with Martin and Sears. If it shouldn't be minus 160, what should it be?
$1.38 is what
30?
I have.
Okay. Yeah. That makes a lot more sense. So are you going to go all the way and bet on the White Sox just out of value? Or
I don't know about all the way. But
another Chicago team? I don't know.
I've only picked the White Sox on this show twice. Once on the run line, once on the money line. I don't love betting the White Sox, even though I have their win total over 49.5. I hope they get there. I will bet Chicago for sure. At plus 140, I can get. That's just a number that I have to bet. If I make the game $1.16 plus 116, I'm going to take $1.40. That's the name of the game. If you make a number that's 25 cents lower, you have to go to work there. I don't know about all the way, but I would power rate my favorite day bets: White Sox 1 and Nats 2.
Okay. We've got a couple games that are sitting at minus 110 at a lot of books. So a bunch of coin tosses here. Let's talk about Seattle, Cincinnati, because the market has reacted. Seattle opened as the favorite, and now there's been a lot of money going towards the Cincinnati side. And if you look at that pitching matchup, I think that explains exactly why that's happening right now, where Singer has the advantage. Here's the issue with betting Cincinnati. And we talked a lot about that team before the year because they were getting so much love in the win total market. They're not hitting right now. If you look at the last week, there are two offenses that stand out much worse than anybody else. It's the Cincinnati Reds and the Chicago White Sox. Those are clearly the two worst offenses over the last week. So are they going to be able to turn it on? I get why Cincinnati is getting money, but that is obviously your concern there, the lack of offense that we're seeing from Cincinnati. And then the other coin toss is Tampa Bay, New York Yankees. It's like, how many times are we going to go against the Yankees? That's kind of where I'm at mentally. Can I make a case? Yeah, I can. I like Taj Bradley a lot, but are the Rays going to score? Unlike something they were able to do yesterday? Boy, how many times am I going to lose by 1-2 runs to this New York team? So I would say the Cincinnati respect is understood, and I would be leaning that way. And then the other toss-up, Yankees-Rays, I don't think I'm going to do anything. Warren's a really good strikeout pitcher. The guy averages like 11.5 Ks per 9 last year, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's able to blow away this Rays offense. But yeah, I do lean Cincinnati, and we can get to a couple other bigger favorites that I do like a bit more. But anything on Seattle, Cincinnati, or New York, Tampa?
I'd be happy to go squad play on Tampa. All you got to do is say yes. I would do it just for you.
Oh, for me. I wasn't even making the game.
Not for you, man. With you. We got to put them in. We got to put them in the box today.
We got to? Is this it finally?
I think so. I mean, the market says it is. And you know what's wild is that Tampa actually opened overnight minus $1.25. And you're always going to get that Yankee support at a plus price, which makes sense. But the true number offshore is Rays minus 125. Now, some people don't want to bet against the move. But now if you go to several sports books, you can get that Ray team at minus 105 because the Yankees are about to be the favorite. So if you want to go against the Yankee thing that has been relatively lucky all week long, I would be very happy to go Tampa today with you, not for you.
Okay. I wouldn't mind backing Taj Bradley. I wouldn't mind. Not at minus 110. That's not a big concern. So Dodgers not playing. We can do the 2-leg money line parlay. I'm just saying you can't do it with Tampa, with the LA Dodgers, if that's what you're thinking. Biggest favorite on the board I see is Philadelphia. That makes sense because it's Sanchez. But on the other side, you've got a San Francisco team that is off to a terrific start this season. So the market really respecting Sanchez in this spot. He's the best starter going today. So Philadelphia, nearly $2 favorite. And I would say another game worth bringing up, not the second biggest favorite, but we've seen a move on Texas. Texas, your favorite over the LA Angels. Rocker, that's Jake's guy, loves him. He was strong last year when he was out there. We're talking about a limited sample, but the betting market's certainly backing the Rangers here. This thing moved, what did it move at least already 25 cents, I believe.
Yeah, up to $1.55 offshore, I see.
Yeah, 20, okay.
I guess it makes sense. The under is getting some nice support as well, at least from what I can see. So they're taking the under in Angels and Rangers so far. I'm not going to get involved there. The other thing we can't do today, we've been talking about, putting the Dodgers with other things. We also cannot fade the Colorado Rockies today, which is unfortunate. They are so fun. They're so fun to bet against. Although they did make the game interesting last night, to your point. You brought that up earlier. They did make it interesting against the Dodgers. The Rockies are now 3-15, which is a problem if you have over 60.5 wins. You mentioned the Giants. So I was looking, Buster Olney and company, they do their weekly power ratings. And I was going to ask you, where do you think they have the Giants?
Oh, they're going to be big on them. They're definitely top 10. The question is, are they cracking top 5? I will say that they overreact to what we've seen in the first few weeks, and they're going to put them third.
Very close. So they have Phillies 5, Giants 4, Mets 3, Dodgers 2, Padres 1.
Yeah, they're not going on priors. They're going on what they've seen so far. I'm not going to argue against it. You've got to respect what they've done. Now, it's interesting. We were talking about this the other day that while people respect what San Francisco's doing thus far, I don't hear a lot of people jumping up and saying that they're going to bet the Giants for this or Giants for that. It's okay, the Dodgers look great as expected. Whoa, watch out for the Padres. Diamondbacks still lurking. And the Giants are still kind of forgotten about, but also respected.
Their offense has the most runs scored in the division, which I don't know that anybody saw that coming. And again, it's very early in the season. It's the 17th of April. We just got through tax day. Not a big sample size. But the Giants have 100, D-backs 98, Dodgers 93, Padres 88, and then the Rockies at 52. But the San Francisco Giants have the most runs of all those other teams in the West that we really like.
Okay. To your point about the Rockies, the second worst run differential in baseball is the Nationals and Pirates tied at -19. The Rockies are -51.
Yeah.
Already. So how long before they're -300? It's not going to be that long at this pace.
Extrapolate it out, multiply it by 6. We could figure out the math, I guess, right?
Yeah. No, they have had a rough schedule, though. I mean, you go from facing the Padres, now here's the Dodgers. That's life in that division, but not a lot of fun. They get Washington, Kansas City, Cincinnati next. So it's going to be a little bit easier for them. Maybe some decent prices to fade. Joe O, Sammy P. Let's get back to the NBA. Nick Friedel, Odyssey Insider, will drop by. We'll talk some NBA playoffs right here. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. No NBA action today. We wait for Friday, really waiting on Saturday to get those series going. But much of the play-in is now a wrap, and we bring in our friend Nick Friedel to talk about it. Odyssey NBA insider Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Nick, a tale as old as time. Bunch of meaningless Bulls basketball over the last 20 games. Bulls go 15-5. People get excited about Giddey and White, and they talk themselves into the Bulls going 4-0 against Eric Spoelstra and company last night, and then they lay a complete dud on the United Center court. Oh, you've only seen that your entire life. How you doing, Nick?
Oh, guys. Joe, as soon as you said the play-in's a wrap, I thought instantly in my head, well, that means the Bulls season's over. Because
and then they played Miami last night. Yeah,
right. I lost to Miami. I mean, where's Bill Murray? Like, let's get the Groundhog Day music playing and, just start rolling. There is a reason why the Bulls are who they are. There's a reason why this team continues to find itself in the same place and find itself with the same result. This team is run poorly. They are managed poorly. They don't have the right players on the floor for continued success. And Joe, now the idea that they're going to overpay Giddey on top of all the other different variables in play, this is just a mess. And it's on Mike and Jerry Reinsdorf to fix it. If it were me, Karnisovas and Eversley would be out of there. But until they make that move, the tale will continue to repeat itself.
I don't understand how the Sacramento Kings are more aware than the Bulls. It shouldn't be that way. I mean, the Kings come out last night, lose that game in embarrassing fashion, and don't wait 10 minutes to bong the GM. But the Bulls got a playoff game, and the building was full, and the popcorn and beer were flowing, and that's oftentimes half the battle in Chicago. Are people going? Do people care? And I don't know how much longer it's going to take for them to realize that this is basketball hell, but it's interesting, Nick. We've made fun of this team, me and Joe, and you've helped us over the last few weeks. I still bet those bums yesterday. I don't know why, but I did. Oh, yeah.
Nick, he started the show by letting everybody know that he had red underwear on yesterday.
And now there's a meaning to see red that nobody needs in their life.
I knew it in the first quarter. I knew it was over.
Oh, Sammy, that is the issue, though. It's like we're talking about the Kings having awareness. The problem is that the Kings had awareness, but they still acquired Levine to pair with DeRozan. Right. I don't know how much more awareness they did have in the end. Okay, cool. Like McNair gets launched. That was not the smartest move, but to bet on the Bulls at this stage with the players they have in place, because I think all three of us would agree with this always. The Bulls aren't run well. The jokes write themselves. They just don't have enough talent. I mean, that's what it boils down to. In a star-driven league like the NBA, you need stars to build around. They don't have any still. The idea that people talk themselves into Giddey and Kobe White and Buzelis, I'm not writing off Buzelis till the end of time, but do I think that he's like some superstar that's going to develop and you're going to build around for years to come? I don't think that. So there are flaws all over the place, but especially with the Bulls and Kings in this sense, they don't have the pieces you want to build around that are going to carry you through any kind of long postseason run. Until that changes, as screwed up as the management may be, the overall picture is not going to change at all.
Nick, let's touch on the Friday matchups before we get to the better matchups coming up over the weekend. Since the play-in, we have not seen a 10 seed make the playoffs. We saw both 10s win last night. Miami and Dallas, they are underdogs. Miami is shorter underdog at Atlanta, and then Dallas is a 6.5-point underdog against Memphis. Do you think this is the year where one of those 10s wins on Friday and breaks through?
Yeah, Joe, I think Miami, with their playoff pedigree and the way that they can show up over time under Spoelstra for one big game or two big games, that's who I'd put my money on. I don't buy Atlanta at all. I've never believed in Trae Young as the guy, which is kind of interesting in the context of this conversation because Atlanta has always said, "Oh, Trae Young, he's the guy that's going to bring us back." Trae Young, I mean, come on now. They had that fluke run in the playoffs a few years ago, and they're like, "Oh, now's the time." Now's not the time. That's not the guy that's going to, again, put the team on his back and carry them through round after round after round. I don't see that. I think with Miami, they have had far too many games, especially since that Jimmy trade, where they get up big, as you guys well know, and then they just fall apart and disappear. It didn't happen in Chicago. With Bam Adebayo and Hero, I think they can get that group motivated to beat an Atlanta team that is like the ultimate shoulder shrug. Like, okay, whatever. Dallas with Anthony Davis, sure, they had a nice game last night, but Dallas, I still don't see as any kind of major player, even in the play-in, Joe, just because I think they got that one win. And it's like, all right, we felt good for a couple days. And if Memphis actually shows up and wants to play, they're going to be the one that gets through in the West.
We have seen a lot of money, Nick, in the last 3 days on the LA Clippers. Not only to cover game one, but to win the series, to win the West, and even to win the title. I mean, the market has moved. 6 weeks ago, the Clippers were 30-1 to win the West. 30. Right now at MGM, they're 10-1. There's a lot of hype. They played good ball. They're ideally healthy. Are you in on the Clippers, or are you still sort of wait and see on them?
I will be wait and see until they have the parade in front of 7 people in LA about 2.5 months from now, my friend. I say that because not only do we not know seemingly game to game most of the time if Kawhi can stay at the level that he's at health-wise over and over and over again, but I know Harden's numbers have been good, and he seems to have kind of gotten himself back into a rhythm this year. How many times, guys, do you have to see James Harden in the biggest of games when you need him to show up, not show up, to lead you to believe that it's just not going to go that way? So I see why the money would go the way that it would go, Sammy. I think there is a reason why that you could sell me that, all right, well, if this happens and that happens and this happens and they get through this matchup, and maybe. I just don't buy for 2.5 months what it takes to get all the way through that they can have that stability they're going to need game after game, night after night.
Got the 7 seed in the West, the Golden State Warriors, as a big favorite over the 2 seed Houston, minus 200 favorites to win the series. Does that make sense to you?
It does, because when you see a young team appear on the stage for the first time as a group, guys, there's always a learning curve. And Houston is going to have to go through that one way or another. They still might find a way to win. I mean, they have a young, talented group and core in place. Ime Udoka is a hell of a coach and clearly has gotten those guys to buy in. I understand the number, though, and where it's at because of Steph Curry, because of Jimmy Butler. Sammy, how many times in Miami single-handedly did he just carry that team over? When you have those two guys playing at the level that we know they're capable of, and you have Draymond motivated the way he appears to be right now with that group, good luck to Houston. I don't think it's like a complete slam dunk, because you can't be that talented and have that much progression over the course of the regular season and then be written off completely in the playoffs. But the Warriors have a lot of confidence. They know how well they've been playing when Jimmy and Steph are out there. I understand why it is the way it is, and I would tell you, if it were me going to the window, I would also put the money down on the Warriors because I think they're just that much better and have been together so much longer in the big games.
Can the Ant-Man get Minnesota by the Lakers?
Can he do it? Yes. Will he do it with the Timberwolves? I don't think so. And I say that because when you have LeBron at the kind of the head of the group and getting that group to believe in itself, and you have Luka, who is clearly, guys, so pissed off still, and deservedly so, at the way things went down in Dallas and how it all took place, wanting to prove not only to Nico Harrison, but to everybody that he is still one of those top tier players. I think that Lakers are still a flawed team as far as getting all the way through the West, getting into the finals. But in this series, I think they have enough because of the star power that they still have in place. As great as Ant-Man is, and as well as Minnesota played at times, I just don't think they're on the Lakers level right now.
With Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider here on BetSweats. Insider calls brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai from the comfort of your new home at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Over on the east side, you've got the Indiana Pacers as a series favorite over Milwaukee. Of course, the Dame Lillard injury is the thing that's hanging over all of this. Not going to be ready for the start of the series, but we don't know for the entire series. Does this series break down to his health? Like, if Lillard's out there, you give them a chance, or do you think the Bucks can pull off the upset even if Lillard isn't available?
I don't think they can if he's not out there, Joe. And I say that as somebody who has always really, really liked Giannis and his ability to kind of get everybody to rise to a different level like only the true superstars can. The Bucks are just such a disappointment to me. I mean, they were supposed to be that next group that not only after winning the title a few years ago, but keeping it together, Giannis having everybody rolling, getting Lillard. Okay, here comes Doc. He's been in plenty of big games. They just never materialized. And so, again, as far as the numbers go, I understand why the Pacers, there are plenty of people who think they'll just find a way because they're just completely lost in the shuffle throughout so much of the regular season. They play in Indianapolis. They don't have a lot of marquee name brands. I mean, Halliburton is still kind of coming into his own, but they are a really, really solid team. And when you have a really, really solid team that had some success in last year's postseason and is trying to build off that, and you have a team in Milwaukee where you're not sure exactly what's going to happen roster-wise night to night, I just think the Pacers are lined up to make this one a reality, although I still don't know what their ceiling is here. But what I'm most curious about is if the Bucks don't come back and Lillard doesn't come back and they do get bounced, Joe, what the hell happens to Giannis now? I mean, does he sit there and go, I want out of this whole thing as much as in the beginning he wanted to stay with one team forever? The Bucks look like they are a team that is stuck in a level of kind of mediocrity that for a team that was supposed to be judged by titles is nowhere ever where you're supposed to be.
You gave us a bet, Miami tomorrow. So let me leave you with this. I'm fishing for clicks here. Who do you miss the most? Vinny Del Negro, Tom Thibodeau, or Fred Hoiberg?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We couldn't throw Boylan on there, just for kicks at the end.
Skiles.
It will always be – oh, my God. Sammy, it'll always be Tibbs because of the shared history to me of Tibbs was an assistant for so many years, and he finally got his chance. I get to Chicago, and I had tried for so long to not only find the right job, but to be there. And I think there was always an appreciation between the two of us, at least, that dude showed up every day, and I was at every shoot around, every availability. I mean, he would look at me like, oh, you're here. I'll leave you guys with this quick one because it always cracks me up. I go after the Bulls kind of deteriorated, which is funny because 10 years later, they're still in the middle of deteriorating or doing whatever they're doing. I get sent by ESPN to cover the Timberwolves and the Warriors in China. But nobody had told Tibbs. So we get to this practice right after they land in China, and I see Taj, and he's kind of like, because he had moved on to the Timberwolves and Jimmy, it was that time. And Tom looks at me when I walk in this door in a gym in Shenzhen, and he goes, what are you doing here? He couldn't believe that of all people, there I was all these years later after the Chicago run with him in China in the middle of absolutely nowhere. But there I was, and no matter where I go, people still ask me about Tibbs and that Bulls team, and that'll never change.
Reunited once again. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. NFL Draft next. Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Good to check in with Nick Friedel. We're going to do that every week throughout the NBA playoffs, so looking forward to those conversations with Nick in Odyssey NBA Insider. And next Thursday is going to be the first round of the NFL draft, and some books are going to start to post stuff eventually, maybe soon, sometimes. It's not just Circa that's waiting. There are some that have decided not to book anything as far as the draft, and some of the biggest books in the world have decided, yeah, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that, and we're 1 week out, Sam. We're 1 week out, and we really can't get much. We talked to Silva about it yesterday, and after the top 4, top 5, his thought process was, yeah, just take some long shots, take a lot of dogs, because this is going to be a very unpredictable draft. And I'm with him. Like, we know the names for the most part. I'd say top 5, top 6, maybe 6 to 8-ish. But then after that, after all those guys are gone, it's completely up for grabs. The order on the offensive linemen, the corners, receivers, just pretty much every position about how it's going to go.
I can give you a couple interesting moves for draft position. So Membu at one point was thrown out as maybe a top 5, top 6 pick. Well, I'm looking at his draft position. Over 6.5 on Membu is now minus 400. So that is a lot of financial support for Membu to slide a little bit past number 6 overall. Shedeur Sanders, people betting on him to float down. His number 8.5, the over minus 310. So people betting Shedeur goes either 9 or higher, like 10, 11, 12 higher, not higher on the other side. Tyler Warren is being bet over 9.5, minus 240 now. This was a market that was moving the other way a week ago. People were betting Warren to go under 9.5, so 1 through 9. Now it's minus 240 to go over. And then the biggest mover that I've seen in the last 48 hours is Colson Loveland, who was 19.5. We discussed it a week ago. He is now 18.5, and the under is out to minus 250. It probably keeps going down. I think we're going to see Circa whenever they open. I think they're going to open him lower. And I think a week from today, well, a week from yesterday maybe, because a lot of places come off the board on Wednesday going into Thursday. I think you're going to see Loveland 17.5 next week.
So being where you are, since you hear a lot of the Patriots coverage more than we do you think that Campbell is as locked into 4 as every mock draft that is being released this week is saying?
If Carter and Hunter are gone, that's the move. And it's sounding that way. Remember, I said a month ago that the Patriots would love to have Travis Hunter. And that one Patriots fan was like, we don't want Travis Hunter. What are you, stupid? You don't want maybe the best talent in the draft? You wouldn't want that guy to build around? I mean, you could put him at receiver. You could put him at corner opposite Christian Gonzalez. How do you not want Travis Hunter? He probably doesn't escape number 2, which is currently minus 350, Hunter to go second. And then Carter is now minus 300 to go third. So if it goes Ward, Hunter, Carter, or Ward, Carter, Hunter, whatever, it's got to be safety. And the safest thing is offensive line. That is the safest thing you can do for a franchise that has a second-year quarterback in Drake May. He needs protection. This league, as the Eagles just proved to us, is about protecting the quarterback and getting to the quarterback. So if all those guys are gone, not that they would ever take Cam Ward, but let's assume Ward goes 1, which the market is telling us, and then it's Hunter, Carter. Let me try that again. Hunter, Carter. Hunter, Carter. It's going to be Campbell for it. It should be. I mean, that's the most obvious pick for New England if those 3 guys are gone.
I do agree with most that it really starts at 5 and 6, and that's where it gets to be fun from a betting perspective, where we can find some value there. And yeah, we're not seeing, as Daigle mentioned, the exact the top 3, top 4, top 5 in exact order available at this point. I want to talk about a name that he brought up, Kelvin Banks Jr. We're going over some movers. If you go from open to current draft position, he's the biggest mover on the board, Kelvin Banks. So, yeah, there's a lot of support to what he's saying about going under on Banks, but that's what everybody's doing right now. From open, this has moved 11 slots, 24.5 down to 13.5. There are some 14.5s out there, but he is a hot name 1 week out. Offensive lineman, different sort of props, first tackle taken, as he mentioned, but he is clearly getting pushed up the board.
This is Banks you're talking?
Yep. Yeah, Banks out of Texas.
I would love the Bears to take him.
Yep.
That would be a great decision to put him at left tackle. You've got Darnell Wright at right tackle. That is foundational for your franchise quarterback in Caleb Williams. And I saw Ben Johnson the other day. I forget who it was with. He was doing some live show, and he compared Darnell Wright to Penei Sewell, which is high praise. I don't think Wright will project to be better than Penei Sewell, but I also appreciate guys having their guys back. If they go Banks left tackle, that is an A pick for the Bears. Mm-hmm. Despite bringing in Tooney and Jackson and Dahlman, they still have issues depth-wise on the O-line and D-line. And I'm not a believer in the guy they're playing at left tackle right now, Braxton Jones. I'm just not. He's okay. But Banks has the makeup and the size and the skill to be a 10-year guy at left tackle. He's not a plug guy. He's a guy that will live on that left side for a decade. So if he keeps running up, I hope Chicago catches wind of his stock. And, yeah, you're looking at Banks under 13.5, minus 170 now. That's a guy that could go top 10. And if he's on the board, assuming he is, I would hope the Bears would think long and hard about taking Kelvin Banks out of Texas.
Just the idea of some of the randomness that we're going to see in the draft and where these guys go, I think that's real. And we were going over Dane Brugler's mock on yesterday's show a little bit. Like if you look most recently, a couple friends of the show that released mocks yesterday, Connor Allen, 4 for 4, Matthew Friedman, Fantasy Life, they also release mocks. And for the most part, maybe it's groupthink, whatever. It is Carter, Hunter, Ward, Campbell. Then it gets kind of interesting, but a lot of the names, it's like, okay, instead of 7, 8, instead of 9, 10, like Tyler Warren. That's why his number's 9.5. Everybody seems to have him for the most part right now at either 9 or 10. Brugler had a different opinion on Will Johnson, the cornerback, which I thought was interesting because I'm seeing a lot of Will Johnson just outside the top 10 at number 11, maybe to San Francisco. That's been very popular, 11 to 13, somewhere in there. But Brugler put him at 23. And speaking of Banks, Brugler put him at 27, where he slides way down, way down. So that is a respected voice, and I find that to be pretty interesting that he seems to be off from where most people are. Like he's got McMillan, the receiver, at number 9. Most people do not have McMillan as a top 10 guy. So it's going to be all over the place. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at, and that's how I'm going to end up attacking it. Whatever you can get down is just betting into the high variance that I'm expecting to see.
Chernoff has done a really good job. Adam Chernoff, who has his own Telegram now, footballbetters.com Telegram. He's got about 4,000 subscribers, and he's been combing through all the intel and a lot of podcasts and articles and things like that. And he mentioned 2 guys that are falling. One of them is McMillan, Tet McMillan, the receiver from Arizona. And he wrote that it wouldn't be a shock if no receiver goes in the top 15. And furthermore, McMillan, who was once seen as one of the class's top prospects, isn't real fast, has faced some questions on his makeup, and there's a good chance he won't be the first to go at his position. Hello, Matthew Golden, who I've talked about and who I bet, plus 170 to be the first receiver not named Travis Hunter. So McMillan at MGM is minus 250. Golden is plus 170. Chernoff is hearing, smart people are saying McMillan going the wrong way. Another guy is Jahdae Barron, who we have seen the money come against, and I'm sure Adam has been a part of that. So his number was 16.5 a week ago, Barron. It is now 18.5, so it's moved up 2 slots. And if you want to go over, you got to lay 220. It sounds like there's a lot of things that Barron has that people are worried about size-wise. He may be more of a nickel guy and not a lockdown 3-4 down corner, if you know what I'm saying. So these are just things that have come out in Adam Chernoff's Telegram the last 3 or 4 days, and the market has reacted to that. People are betting under on Golden, who is now down to 17.5, and Barron has gone up 2 spots in 2 days. So the thing about these moves is that there's really no buyback. Like in a basketball game, when the favorite opens 5 and gets bet out to 8, you're going to have some wise guy or some sharp group come in and bet 8 because it's a good number or a great number for that matter. You don't see that in the draft. You don't see a guy go from 16.5 to 18.5 and then some sharp group goes, let's bet under 18.5 because there's value. It doesn't work that way in the draft. And I remember it was Stingley Jr. one year. He went from 11.5 to 9.5 to 7.5 to 5.5. And if you were thinking, well, let me just go over 5.5, it's moved so much that I got to get down the other way. He went third. So the guys that move close to the draft, the market really has an idea of which guys are the great bets. And in the last couple days, it's been Loveland under, it's been Barron over, and it's been Golden under. Not to mention your point on Banks, who's come down even more than all those guys combined. But I don't think you're going to see a lot of people loving to bet under 13.5 on a guy who was in the mid-20s.
You always do have to worry about the copy and paste, the groupthink stuff that goes on, because there are certain points in the week, like you'll see it, one person starts to do it, and then everybody's going with it. Is it information that is now out there and it makes sense? Is there a point? Is there a rumor? Whatever the reason is, like you do have to watch out for that. But I think overall that idea is correct. The closer and closer we get, it's probably more on it. So, but I would also add that every year there is a pick, usually top 5, top 6, that will be minus 300 on draft day. And it's flat wrong. There's going to be one of them. It's just money. The books that are open, we're getting closer. Minus 200, minus 250, minus 300. Oh, this is happening, and it never happens. So sometimes you can find value, but most times the number ends up being right. Later in the first round, something that has my attention right now is there are a couple of picks where every mock I'm looking at number 19, I'd say the last 5 or 6 all agree with the same thing. And then, honestly, the last 15 mocks I've looked at, they all agree at number 20. And at number 19, what I'm talking about is linebacker out of Alabama, Campbell, going to Tampa Bay. That has become very popular. I don't think he's one that has a position number on as far as draft position. But the one that is everywhere, the consensus second best running back in the draft, Omarion Hampton, his number's 19.5 at most spots. Everybody has him going 20 to Denver. Everybody right now. Like, there's info, like it's been said basically. They're all running with this idea. I think that's pretty interesting. That portion of the draft, Sam, intriguing because you've got all this Hampton stuff with Denver, and then right after Denver, you've got Pittsburgh with the idea, are they finally going to go ahead and draft a quarterback there, or are they going to wait?
So I saw a mock a couple days ago that had 3 running backs in the first round. And that's not a common trend. We look at that market. So Hampton probably goes in the first round. I mean, with a number of 19.5. But the fringe guy is Travion Henderson. And if you think that he could go first round, it's an interesting market because there's one book that has Henderson plus 110 to go in the first round. Okay? But then when you go to BetMGM and go to running backs taken in the first round, the over 2.5 is plus 140. It's the same bet. Why would you bet plus 110 Henderson when you could bet 3 running backs at plus 140?
I don't see a lot of people putting Henderson in the first round right now, just 1 week out. I know Connor Allen did. He had him at 21, but not a lot of people. So a lot to follow up on. Next week's going to be fascinating. Get closer to the NFL draft. Playing, I don't know about fascinating. It'll be all right. We've got numbers for Friday. Next, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Friday's matchups are set. I don't think people are on the edge of their seat about that one. They're just kind of waiting for the real stuff to get going here in the NBA playoffs. Joe Sammy P with you on BetSweats, the BetMGM Network. Subscribe to the YouTube page, BetMGM Network YouTube page. I know you're on there. Everybody is all day. So why not hit that subscribe button and go to BetMGMNetwork.com. Follow us on the Odyssey app. Follow us on X as well, Bet_Sweats, Bet_Sweats. So we asked Nick Friedel earlier this hour when we had him on, do you think this is the year? Is this the year we're going to get a 10 seed in the official top 8 playoff? And he seems to think that it is with the Miami Heat, a very short number, much shorter than you would expect, right? The 10 seed, you win on the road. Okay, now you get 1 day of rest, less rest than the other team that lost earlier in the week. And now you're going to hit the road, and they're just a 1.5 point dog. 1.5 point dog here. So they're saying the Miami Heat are better on a neutral, and Nick Friedel thinks this is the year. A 10 is going to break through here, and it's going to be the Heat. And you also have the Mavs at the Grizzlies. That number is telling a different story. The number is 6.5 there. As far as Heat Hawks in that matchup on Friday, Sammy, I kind of think it's similar to what we saw last night. I'm not saying that the Miami Heat are going to win by 20-some points. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but you've got a Hawks team that plays very fast, third fastest pace. Bulls, second fastest pace. And the Heat are on the opposite end of that spectrum. So the question is, are they going to dictate the pace of that game? If it's anything like last night, it's kind of like, boy, you've got to go Heat and under or Hawks and over.
Let me tell you what I just did. Took the 1.5 at BetMGM on Miami because in the last 10 minutes, the Heat have gone to a pick'em at Superbook and BetOnline, and Pinnacle swung Miami to a 1-point favorite. So if you like the Heat, and you probably are going to like the Heat tomorrow, the market is quite literally moving toward the Heat being favored. So I'm looking at the odds logic screen right now. I don't see any other 1.5s. BetMGM has the only 1.5 that I can see. So probably a good idea if you're going to bet Miami to bet Miami now. Go to our title sponsor, BetMGM. Bet that 1.5 because a lot of books are at 1, and these offshore shops are moving to pick. BetOnline, Buckeye, Jazz, Heritage, all at pick. And then you got a couple sharp shops, including Pinnacle, out to Heat -1. The market is probably going to close Heat the favorite.
Yeah. Well, who's coming in to bet Atlanta right now? First off, it's Atlanta, and you've got the way that the Heat looked last night, and it's a reminder that they do have some success here in the play-in. And you've got the coaching advantage with Spoelstra. Look at what Hero did. And you got Trae Young getting ejected the other night, walking off the court, more worried about the referees than anything else. Like, I don't know that a lot of people are going to come in and bet Atlanta. Maybe there's some sharp play on the other side, maybe as a home dog, but I don't think it's going to be a ton. And for this to happen on Thursday morning, you know what kind of money that is. So they're coming in. And they're betting Miami, the respected money.
I'm not surprised. I don't know how far out it gets. I don't imagine we see Miami 2.5, 3. But I think when we look up at the odds tomorrow, because sharps have made their move, and it doesn't take a lot to get a line from -1 to -1 the other way. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's this huge move. It's not like an NFL move from 2.5 to 3.5. I mean, moves through 0 are not the same as, moves that are not through 0. But, I mean, what's the number tomorrow? I mean, what's the consensus number? My guess would be Heat -1.5, Heat maybe -2, at which point you might see some bites on the Hawks at +2 at home. But getting the right number is very important, and you might not have much longer to take the Heat at plus money on the money line. Let's see. MGM has even now. So they've got minus 105 on the Heat. You're probably going to have to lay, if you're going to do Heat money line tomorrow, if the market continues to trend the way I think it's going to, you're going to have to lay $1.15, $1.20 tomorrow.
Not as much movement, but a little movement on Dallas-Memphis for Friday night. So some are backing Memphis as the big favorite. There are a couple spots that decided to go from 6.5 to 7. BetMGM sitting at 6.5. But the Grizzlies are the favorite. Total 221 in the hook. Not much movement. Maybe a tick down by a half point, but not much to report there. But yeah, so there is some Grizzlies support, not a reaction to what we saw last night. So you get reaction backing Miami after last night, but you've got Dallas. They went in a rout, but we're not getting a similar reaction.
I was impressed with Memphis, the way they played against Golden State. As somebody who had the Warriors wheeled with a couple things, I didn't lay Warriors 6-7, but I did have them in moneyline action. That game was close with 5 minutes to go. So I came away very impressed with Memphis, and I understand the support for the Grizzlies in this spot. I imagine when we're doing the show tomorrow, we're going to cook up a parlay, Memphis Grizzlies money line with whatever. We'll find a baseball game. Who are the Rockies playing tomorrow? In all seriousness, though, I do think the Grizzlies will get my money. I don't know that I want to lay 275 straight, but I will cheapen that money line by finding something else to pair it with.
Okay. Rockies, where are you? Oh, the
Rockies Nationals.
Yeah, that's right. We mentioned it earlier. Yeah, the Nationals. We'll back the Nats. We'll probably back the Nats in some way in that spot.
Mackenzie Gore goes tomorrow, so that would be the guy to back against Colorado.
Okay. Yeah, it might all work out for us there. As far as these games that get going on Saturday, the Knicks and Pistons, it's kind of all over the place. BetMGM has the Knicks as 6.5-point favorite. There are 7s, and also you can find a 7.5 out there. The market is settled on Indiana. Indiana, a 5.5-point home favorite against Milwaukee on Saturday. The numbers coming down on Denver more. Again, Clippers love. That's the story of the week, whether we're talking about in the series or in that first game. That has gone from 3.5 down to minus 2.5 right now. And the Lakers a 3.5-point favorite at BetMGM. There are 4s, 4.5s out there as well. Probably more settled come Friday and then maybe Saturday morning. But it's noteworthy that a lot of these games, like the spread is kind of all over the place.
What did you make of Friedel kind of throwing water on the Clippers hype?
I'm not surprised. It's the Harden narrative. And there are a lot of people that, until proven otherwise, that they're going to fade that move. I think you could make a story for either way. Now, when talking about the Clippers and the reason for the movement of the money, like we've said, okay, it can be a deep run or it can be a first-round exit when you're facing Jokic. You make a late season coaching change, hoping for some sort of a spark and trying to end the drama that was going on behind the scenes. That's what typically happens. So is it going to be positive or is it going to be a negative move for Denver? I don't know that anybody knows because the coaching change was so late. You only have a sample size of a few games. So it's tough to say, but a lot of respected NBA voices believe that the Clippers are the second best team in the West behind Oklahoma City, and I understand where they're coming from. Now, look, those respected bets are not coming in there on the Clippers now. They came in on the Clippers when they were a big dog, and it was Denver minus 190 for the series. They're not happening now. The number's probably right now where it's closer to a coin flip.
Yep. I think you're right, and it's all predicated on the health of Jamal Murray. That's the uncertainty. I think books came in thinking, well, we'll make Denver minus 180, minus 190, but the market is betting against the health of Jamal Murray. To move that down 80 cents is, well, a couple things. It's, I think, disbelief in his health, and it's also this thought process that the Clippers are very hot right now. And the Clippers are just getting a lot of support. Liability is building They played good basketball down the stretch. It makes sense. But you're right. I think a coin flip makes sense. I mentioned yesterday, I went back and I dug this up. I had mentioned covering a lot of series in Chicago against LeBron, whether it was Miami or Cleveland. And I vividly remember LeBron not being that great in game one and his team not being that great. So according to statmuse.com, LeBron James teams in game ones of the playoffs, any round, 31-23. That's not good, man. And it's not like he's on the worst team all that often. LeBron's usually on the favored team, the better team.
Mm-hmm.
So 31-23 all time in game ones. I'm on Minnesota. I bet 5. I see some 3.5 popping right now for game one. If you can get LeBron, you can get him early because that guy loves to inflate your ego, let you think that you are better than you are, and then they kill you in games 3, 4, and 5. But I thought that was interesting. 31-23 all time, LeBron in game one. In case you were wondering, Michael Jordan all time in game one's 27-10.
And how many times was LeBron a dog in those, to your point, right? Really good team.
I can't
probably
imagine
the favorite.
Often. Well, in the finals, I guess. Early in his career, I would say they were dogs against Detroit, dogs against the Spurs, dogs against the Celtics in 08. But from 2010 on, not often.
Yep. Yeah. It's worth noting. And then maybe if you want to back the Lakers, instead of laying a price now, there's a decent chance they end up losing that game, and then maybe you come in. Like that's something.
At -110.
Also,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, they'd go to about -110, -115, down from -200.
Yep, that would be the time to play that market. Joe O, Sammy P, another hour with you. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk about our list of losers. Jenks would like us to add a name. It's someone going today. We'll see if we're going to add said name. We'll talk about that list coming up. An update after a few weeks. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
We've got our MLB list of losers. What is that, you say? Well, every few weeks, we circle back and we say, okay, we've got these pitchers that we like to fade in the right spot. Not every single time, but especially when they're a favorite or it's close to a coin toss, given the number, where, hey, we can fade. We can fade these guys. These are the ones that you want to watch out for. And it's about time because we did this at the start of the year. So now a few weeks in, we're going to do this. I had mentioned Hendricks, Gomber, and Stroman, Sam Waka, Peo Rodon, Jake Morton, Berrios, Lopez, and then Paul had Carrasco, Freeland, and Chris Sale. So do we want to talk about which ones we want to stay on, others that we want to just throw onto the list as well? How do we want to do this?
I think first we need to all assess the list that we have.
Okay.
So I'll go first. I feel pretty good about my list. Now, I do have a guy on there that hasn't thrown a pitch yet. I put Brian Bayo in the mid-tier, and he's got arm issues already, and he hasn't even thrown a major league pitch in 2025. But in the He Stinks division, I went Michael Wacha, who is 1-3 in terms of decisions. So if you've bet the Royals in Wacha's 4 starts, you're 1-3. His ERA is fine. I mean, it's not great. It's not awful either. He's 4.35, but no wins yet in terms of his record. He's 0-3. The team is 1-3. You've made money if you've went against Michael Wacha. Been more content with my fraud pick. I went Carlos Rodon. ERA already in the mid-5s, 5.48. And this is a guy on one of the better teams in baseball. So when Carlos Rodon takes the ball, Yankees are $1.60, $1.70. If they're playing a bad team, it's $2 or higher. Yankees have lost Rodon's last 3 starts. And the walks are a problem. Already 12 walks in 4 starts. He's given up a home run in every outing, and I don't think it's going to get better for Carlos Rodon. Conditioning has always been an issue for him. The velo kind of comes and goes, and there's nothing that guy loves more than going home and rather than studying film or studying other teams, he just plays video games and eats snacks. That's what he does. So I don't know. He's made a lot of money in his career. He's happy. He's got a family. I don't think baseball is really his top priority anymore. And that's why I put him on my list. And if you faded Rodon in 4 starts, you are 3-1.
The Rodon number that really jumps out to me is, yes, the 5.48 ERA, but after a limited action, the batting average of balls in play is 188. So on average, over the course of a year, you're supposed to be around 300. So the balls aren't falling that are being hit. and he's still got an ERA of 5.5. So, I mean, that's going to happen over the course of the year. So there's a chance that the numbers get worse. And like you mentioned, you better improve the walks or it is going to be worse. And who knows? They might be in a position where they're going to have to send Rodon down. I think that's a pretty strong look that you have early on. As far as my list, I'm going to remove Gomber. He's injured anyways, so I'd rather add somebody else. Hendricks, I'm fine with. Stroman, he didn't even go in his inning his last start. I believe he gave up 5 runs. I think that's a pretty good look as well. So I'm going to end up adding a name. But Jacob Paul, why don't you tell me about your list, where you sit? Do you want to keep them on there?
I'm pretty good with standing pat with Carlos Carrasco, Kyle Freeland, and Chris Sale. Carrasco, yeah, he's 2-1. His ERA is just about 6. He gave up 3 home runs and is out against the Tigers 2 starts ago. So I mean, his ERA started at 13.5. It's now down to 5.94. So he's figured out a couple wins, but I think we all, he had a nice start last time out, 1 earned in 5 innings against the Royals, which was, I know, a source of frustration to many on this show. But I'm good with keeping him on. Kyle Freeland, he's not really given up many home runs, but he's just gotten a couple quality starts early, but 5 earned in each of his last 2 starts, and we've seen the Rockies. We've talked about that. So I don't see that being a reason. Then I think he could definitely still be someone to fade moving forward. And Sale, look, he 5 innings, 3 earned in that first 2 starts, decent, but he hasn't pitched. He hasn't recorded an out in the 6th inning yet, and the starts are getting shorter and shorter. 4 2/3. A couple starts ago against the Phillies, 5 earned. At the Rays, again, their offense not all that great. 4 1/3, 3 earned. He's striking some guys out. He's still hitting 7 Ks, 5 Ks. He's given up a home run each of his last 3 starts, but with an ERA of 6.63, the whole thing on him was the fraud case. We're not going to see Cy Young Sale again this year, and I think he'll be ripe for the picking in a lot of spots.
I am way good with my list. I am perfect. The only gripe I have with my list is that mid might be doing Jose Barrios too many favors. We might have to kick him down into the he stinks category, except Charlie Morton's already there for me, and he's got an 8 ERA. I'm glad we added a fraud list, and I'm perfectly fine with having Pablo Lopez there, because even though he has a 1.62 ERA, his FIP and his expected ERA are both about 1.5, 2 runs higher than his actual ERA. The Twins are 1-2 in his starts, and he hasn't even faced anyone good yet. His one win is against the White Sox, yippee, and he's faced the Royals and the Cardinals. We know the Royals can't hit or generate any offense, and the Cardinals are fine. So I'm way good with my list. I think I have no changes to make to mine.
Okay. Here's a name that I'm going to add, and I think we've got a spot where, okay, if you want to go against this guy, you'll probably get a good number because he's on the San Diego Padres. And I'm thinking Randy Vasquez. So his number right now, a 1.74 ERA. So people are going to look at that and think, okay, wow, that's been impressive. Doesn't strike a ton of guys out, and he walks a ton. 6 walks per 9 innings. His ERA 1.74, expected ERA 5.65. His xFIP is 6.28. So everything under the sun is telling us that he's going to be a big fade moving forward, and I would think that he's going to be favorites in a lot of situations moving forward, just because he's on the Padres and that they have this awesome record so far. So I'm gonna add Vasquez to my list.
I would like to commend Jake Hassan, the host of Jake, which you can listen to every weekday. Jake has Charlie Morton, who has the highest ERA of any starting pitcher right now at 8.84. That is a hell of a pull. The one guy that nobody has, and I don't think anybody would have guessed this was going to happen, and maybe we should have given his age and how long he's been playing, Verlander has an ERA of almost 7 this year. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that things are going to get that much better. I mean, he's 42 years old. Not that I'm an ageist, but arms like that don't necessarily get fresher over the course of a season. And he can no longer dial it back and do what he used to do. His whip is 177. That's very high for Verlander. But to see him, an ERA of almost 7 and a whip near 1.8, that's not something I don't think anybody forecasted, but he's still getting priced like he's Justin Verlander. And he definitely has not been pitching like that guy.
It's a good look. I like that look. That was, yeah, okay, so
category.
Man,
Do we have to add
so
a
he
fourth
was
washed/old.
He was a dog the other day against Philly. That makes sense. You're facing Philly. Last week against Cincinnati, minus 146 favorite, minus 144 against Seattle. So yeah, not prime Verlander, but he's getting priced like he's a top of the rotation guy here. So yeah, I think that's a really good look. Maybe somebody should add him, or we could just add him to the bucket.
We could add any starter in Colorado too, but it's a package deal. You get a bad pitcher on the worst team.
Yeah.
And
Can't bet 'em.
I mean, you're looking at the Colorado list right now. The starting pitchers, let's see. Dollander has a win, and that is the only starting pitcher with a victory this year in Colorado. Think about that. Not that wins are the end-all be-all. I think we've learned over the last decade or so that, you know, the win category is a little misleading at times. But to only have one starting pitcher with a win, that's pretty crazy through about 18, 19 games, right? So Freeland's ERA 4.88, Feltner 4.82, and then Senzatella. I mean, how do you knowingly bet Senzatella at this day and age? His ERA is almost 6. 18 innings, 18 and a third, 36 hits, and 12 earned runs. Man, that team is going to be really, really live to lose 110 this year.
Jake, I want to throw out another name and throw it to you because he's one of your dudes. So let's go to Arizona. Maybe a team you get good prices on if you want to fade someone. What do you think about Fott? What do you think about going against him a little bit here?
I don't hate it. Like, I've been waiting for the breakout for 2 years now, 3 years almost. And it's just, it feels like it's never going to happen. But then I think the problem with him is it's just so erratic because then sometimes you're going to get the games where it's 6 innings and 10 strikeouts. So, like, I get it. And I just think you have to pick your, like, I don't think he can be a consistent person on this list. Like, I think you have to pick your spots with him just because, like, some days you're going to get an awesome start out of him, but also sometimes you'll get a 3 home run spot out of him where he just blows up completely. It sucks.
He's a possible add. Yeah, possible add down the road. I did consider him, but I'm going with Vasquez. Tyler Mahle has got a sub-1 ERA. Like, you know it's not going to continue. But just how bad is it going to be to a point where we're going to want to fade him, you know?
I don't, just because he always had the upside. It's just he can never stay healthy. Like, it's always some kind of injury with him more than, like, being bad. And he's been pretty good to start the year. So he's not an ad for me, but also if he gets hurt again, then they just keep trotting him out there, then maybe that's a point to add him.
Yeah.
I expect the lefty for Chicago, the Cubs, I expect Matthew Boyd to eventually taper off. He's been much better than market maybe would have ever thought. ERA of 2.01 and a whip of 1.25. Those numbers are so far below his career averages that it just can't keep up. And he's going to be thrust into a bigger role now without Justin Steele, who's out for the year. So they're going to need Boyd to be one of their reliable starting pitchers. And I get it. I just don't believe it. I don't think it's real. And that's a guy who has overexceeded expectations that I eventually expect will fall back to earth.
Speaking of Cubs starters, what about Tyone, too? He's given up 5 homers in 4 starts.
Yeah, he's definition mid, is he not? Like, yeah. I don't know if he's a fade right now, but yeah, you can't expect losing Steele at the top of that rotation. It just changes everything. They're gonna have to make a big ad. And like Friedel was talking about it, he's frustrated. He's a Cubs fan. What a life he's leading, huh? How about that? This time of year, he's just going out in San Diego, following the Cubs around. But he's right. They have one of the worst bullpens in all of baseball. So you can talk about adding a starting pitcher all you want. They need to rework that entire bullpen. They're bottom 2, bottom 3, just about every metric.
Well, did you see what Council said yesterday too? He said it's April. This is the time that you make trades that matter. Like, what?
No, it ain't, Craig.
No.
All right, man. Sure.
He's trying. He's trying. Help me, please, somebody.
I do follow the bullpen ERA. I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad. So the worst 4 bullpen ERAs right now. I look at ERA more than anything else. Nationals have the worst, 7.21. Angels, 6.11. Brewers, 5.35, which that's a top 5 bullpen in the last 5 years. Now bottom 3. And then the Cubs, 4.92 ERA. 4 worst bullpens right now. Nationals, Angels, Brewers, and Cubs.
Yeah, it's probably something we should address more. Like those are awful. And then the best is you've got Arizona, number 1. The Mets is in that conversation. The Rays, the Dodgers,
Padres,
bunch of smart organizations. Yeah, like those are the ones you want to back, especially when you're betting full game. And then those teams with awful bullpens, they're tough. They're tougher to back full game. Maybe those are the ones you want to lean first 5. Joe O, Sammy P with you. This is Bet Sweats. We'll talk some NHL playoffs. One more day of the regular season, but every playoff spot has now been secured. Talk about it on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Almost there for the Stanley Cup playoffs. The NHL regular season wraps up tonight. We'll get to that coming up in just a moment. But we were talking about the idea of how important it is paying attention to bullpens, and we're starting to get a decent sample size, figuring out which bullpens are strong, and on the other side, not so much. Like this Washington-Pittsburgh game, where you've got the Pirates as a home favorite, laying $1.30. It's kind of interesting because if you're going full game and you look at these two bullpens, they're both bottom 6 in Major League Baseball in a number of metrics. Like if you look at as far as opposing batting average, the Nationals bullpen opposing hitting is hitting 298 against them. Like on average, teams are hitting 300 against this Nationals bullpen. That's why they end up being tough. But, Pittsburgh, it's not a whole lot better when you look at a lot of numbers. But so if you were pointing out ERA, like I'll look at WHIP or XFIP. If you go XFIP, Miami, Washington, Cubs, Rockies, Angels, Pirates, a lot of the same teams in that conversation. WHIP, Washington, that's the highest at nearly 2. Nearly 2 walks and hits per inning pitch with that bullpen. So they're rough. I mean, maybe that's something you want to go first 5 because it's very difficult with Nationals doing a full game.
Yeah, ERA-wise, worse in the game, bullpen. 7.21 on Washington. And the WHIP, a Major League worse, 1.89. So almost a WHIP of 2.0.
Yeah. That is rough. And on the flip side, we talked about Arizona. You mentioned San Diego, San Francisco, all under 1. So you've got some teams that are nearly 2, and then Arizona 0.92, San Diego 0.93, and then San Francisco 0.99. Oh, what do you know? Those are a few of the more dangerous teams in all of baseball. And anytime at trade deadline, when we get a team that is super aggressive with the bullpen, that's a team that I like to back. Didn't work out last year for San Diego, but the way they're off to a hot start this year, only 1 home loss on the year, 12-1 at Petco. That maybe it's just a year late, where it's the Padres coming through this year. So just something else that you always want to keep a close eye on there with the bullpens. It often gets overlooked. All right, Sam. Now after the action last night, we have every playoff spot set. We pretty much knew which teams were going to be in the playoffs, but now it's all officially secured. Bunch of meaningless hockey for the most part tonight.
There's a lot of meaningless hockey tonight. However, if we'd like to turn the page, assuming we're not going to make any hockey bets tonight, I'm not. I assume you're not either. We have series prices on every series right now.
Good.
So I've got the screen up. We can start with, I think, a very polarizing team. Let's talk Tampa Bay, a team that we've heard several people we respect say can make a run. Will they, though? We'll see. So Florida, Tampa, Panthers $1.20, and Tampa Bay comes back at even money. What does that number tell you? Florida only minus 120.
There's a lot of support for that Tampa side, right? Team that we've seen do it again and again and again. We've heard about it from respected voices, people that follow and bet on this sport, that they're getting some backing. How do you feel about it? I'll be honest, like it's on my radar because of what people have said about them, but I'm concerned when you get to a certain age with a lot of your best players to go through this run is how beat up you get over the course of the Stanley Cup playoff. I think they're going to be up against it. But when people see them, same price point as a lot of other teams, I understand why they're gravitating towards them.
Well, they've made some moves. I mean, to bring in, a guy like Jake Gensel, that has, solidified their scoring. Kucherov is arguably the best player in hockey right now. He's going to win the Hart Trophy, or at least he should. 121 points this year for the right winger for Tampa, and they have the goalie. We know that Vasilevsky is going to go to the Hall of Fame one day. So they have the experience, yes, but I don't think it's asking a lot for a guy like Kucherov at age 31 to dominate. Brandon Hagel is 26. Gensel, I believe, Gensel is 30. So it's not like these guys are 35, 36, 37 years old. Braden Point's another guy that has delivered for them in the postseasons, 29 years old. So, their top 4 forwards are all still relatively young. Now, Victor Hedman is a guy who's, probably on one of the final holes of his career. If he was on a golf course, he'd probably be on, 16 right now at age 34, but still knows how to play. And they've gotten good minutes from a lot of players. So I see that number and think, wow, how often do you get the defending champion only $1.20 in the first playoff series the next year? That usually doesn't happen. Now, let's understand, Tampa is the home team. Tampa had the better record, more points, so Game 7 would be in Tampa. But still, to see that very cheap favorite price at -120 on the open, and then Pinnacle moves almost immediately to Florida -112. That is financial support for the Tampa Bay Lightning at the sharpest sports book maybe in the world.
Are you going to bet the series, you think?
I don't know. I would bet Tampa or pass, though. I'm not in love with it. I don't necessarily want to bet against Florida because that's a team that has made a couple deep runs in a row, including one that ended hoisting the trophy. The problem is with Florida, and I covered the Blackhawks for a long time, when you go deep, and the Blackhawks, perfect example, in 13 they win the Cup. In 14, they go to the Western Conference Final. In 15, they win the Cup. In 16, they flamed out in the first round. They were just out of gas, right? They just they didn't have it. They were spent. Their best players were just so dead in terms of keeping the legs fresh and making things happen in the playoffs. 2 deep runs into June. Usually you run out at the end, whenever the end is. And that's not exactly like the end all be all, that because they played in 2 straight finals that they're gonna flame out early. But I've seen it. I've covered it. You just run out of juice, man. And I wonder when that is for Florida.
So also in the East, you've got a couple of big favorites, more than $2. The Caps, Canadiens, and then, of course, the Hurricanes. I see it as high as -280 over the Devils. Do you think either dog could be live?
I mean, I don't know. I like Carolina a lot. I'm not going to bet New Jersey at +250. Montreal's a team that is interesting, that closed late, that got hot down the stretch. But I also I'm very torn because I've got Caps to win the Cup. Because Alex Smith came on our show 6-8 weeks ago and said, hey, bet the Caps. So do I go against my priors? I don't really want to. I don't make future bets to hedge them immediately. I'm a little nervous, though. I wouldn't lie to you. I'm a little nervous about playing Montreal in the first round. They could win. Why not?
So if you're, let's say you're doing something where you're putting together a parlay of series, right? You wouldn't be jumping at that price to add in the Caps. You like your position. You hope you win, but you at that price, you're not going to help your parlay that much. You wouldn't add them, it sounds like.
No, and I haven't thought about putting a parlay together. I guess I could. If I was going to build a 2-leg series parlay, I would go Vegas over Minnesota, and I would do St. Louis as a dog over Winnipeg.
I was just going to guess St. Louis, but I wasn't sure if you were going to go there. Okay.
I mean, Binnington is the great equalizer. and he's done it before all the way to a Stanley Cup. That was a long time ago. Let me build that right now. If you were going to pick a dog, series-wise, where do you want to start? Let's say we're having an underdog draft. There's a segment idea. If you and I were going to say, all right, let's go 1-2, 1-2, or maybe 1-2, 2-1 snake style, and you had the first pick, you got to take an underdog to win a series. Who are you taking first?
Kings.
That was an easy answer, huh?
Yeah, I mean, let's fade Canada.
Even money, yeah. Even money, Kings.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I was looking at.
No. I mean, they are a dog.
15.
No, they're a dog.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying like that's a very obviously live dog.
Yeah.
Okay, so you like the Kings? Are you going to bet it?
Yeah, I think I will. I do see better prices out there than even money.
Yeah, there's a couple plus 15s out there, but I'm looking circa Superbook South Point, all at even money. All even money.
Okay. How about you? Where would you go first? Would you go Blues?
No, I'd probably go. Yeah, I guess. I like Dallas.
I didn't want to go
but
Stars. Yeah, I didn't want to go
I like
Stars
Dallas,
either.
but I don't want to bet against Colorado. That's not fun. That team is so deep, it's scary. Fine. I'll go Blues. I'm building right now too. So I checked the Blues at MGM at plus 170, and now I got to find my my Golden Knights here. MGM sometimes makes it a little difficult to navigate. Here we go. So a Golden Knights and a Blues series parlay cannot be placed at BetMGM. cannot parlay series prices there apparently. All right.
Okay.
Well, that went well.
Blues and I'm sorry. What was the other leg? I'll try to do it.
Blues and Knights. Blues and Knights. Yeah,
Blues
some
and
books
Knights.
let you do it. Other books don't.
And then this one's 3-1.
I think that's a decent bet. But you see what happens when you take a favorite and parlay it with a dog, that plus price does wonders. So let me just uncheck for a second. So I got Knights in a slip with Winnipeg. Okay? Knights, Jets to win. Plus 130. Uncheck Jets at minus 180. Check Blues. 280. It's crazy what the odds do when you put a dog in there.
Yep. It's huge. Are you someone that does the looks at any of the awards, or you're like, it doesn't sound like? I mean, it's just so wide open this year. I don't know that it's even worth that. It feels like you're going to be just throwing darts out there if you're looking at the postseason awards, right? Like, who's going to be there in the end? I don't know, but maybe it gives opportunity because you're going to get bigger numbers since there's no big favorite, no team that's viewed as by far the best in hockey.
Yeah, I can't believe that Kucherov is 15-1 to win the Hart. I mean, the market's saying he's not going to win. I think he's the best player in hockey right now. But, Hellebuck is minus 180. Draisaitl's plus 155. The market is saying it's a two-horse race. I think Kucherov has been unbelievable this year. And, Draisaitl is obviously hurt now. So that's gonna throw a wrench in the Oilers' plans. I mean, look, Leon's been very good with 106 points. But, Kucherov has been doing it. Man, he's been doing it at a high level. 121 points this year. How is that guy not the MVP? And how is he 15 trophy?
Yeah. If you're going Caps and you're going to bet on one of them to go Conn Smythe, you just do storybook ending.
For who? Ovechkin?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like the voters, yeah.
I don't
would
know.
they just give you that? He's
Probably
25
not.
to 1. He's 25 to 1.
25? I'd need a little bit more than that. I see 40 at one place.
Okay. There you go.
Another market where you definitely need to shop around for the Conn Smythe. I mean, you'll see a guy at 20. Another book will have 30. Another book will have 40. the definition of always be shopping.
Mm-hmm. But you know, if they get there, sometimes it's undeniable who you have to vote for. But if they get there and he has key moments, like they're gonna lean that way. They're gonna want to give it to him.
Legacy thing.
Yeah. It would be a great story for a lot of them to write. So I could see a number of them voting on it. Joe O, Sammy P, we've got Bet Sweats. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. On the other side, we've got Lightning Bets. Keep it here, BetMGMnetwork.com. Make sure you're following us on X. The show, Bet_Sweats. Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. You've got the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We got lightning bets coming your way in just a few moments. Taking a look at today's MLB card. No NBA action. Going to have to wait a day there. And NHL, nothing really to bet on because nothing of consequence on the line as the regular season wraps up tonight. Joe O, Sammy P with you. Get to those in just a moment. But you saw, Sam, something come across on a legend over at ESPN. What'd you see?
One last show is what they're calling it for Lee Corso, the coach at ESPN. Lee Corso will make his final College Game Day headgear pick on August 30th. That's it. He is retiring after 38 years on College Game Day. I do think, though, and I saw Big Cat make a couple of posts about this, having him on the set in the summer, I mean, not that August is summer, but just feels weird. Like, we need him at Ohio State, Michigan or something like that. We need him at a big game. I think they should do it later in the season when conference play heats up. I think it's weird to put him out on August 30th and say this is it. But that's my opinion.
So week 1, not week 0, right?
I don't know. I
think
don't
it's
know
week
what's
1.
what anymore.
Yeah, right. There's that. Barely anybody's playing on week 0, but it's like, oh, the start of college football's here, and yeah, it's a big nothing as far as that goes. I agree. So they just came to this decision, I guess, or maybe they finally convinced Corso they wanted to get something where he would agree. Like, why would you not do this on the football season that just wrapped up later in the year? And I don't want to rip on the guy as he's ending his career, but there's a reason. It was like, okay, let's bring in McAfee. Okay, let's Lee, you're only going to speak here in this one segment. You're going to sit these 5 in a row out. Like, there's a reason. It was so entertaining for so many years. When Corso was in his prime broadcasting, that's when Game Day was at its best. It's obviously slid off. It slid off because for a number of reasons, but I think part of it is it's too much. It turned it into what now, 4 hours? They do have competition if you're more into football. I think the Fox broadcast is a stronger broadcast, and that split a little bit, but it's just all day. It used to be, I think, when it was at its best, about 2 hours, and it was must watch, and it was highly entertaining. And now it's kind of background and it's there all day. There's nothing I've got to see, even though at the very end, I do think people would still go out of their way to see the Corso pick.
He's 89. It's time.
He should have done 10 years ago, honestly.
Be nice about it. It's time. He's 89 years old. He doesn't need to be talking on television anymore. I would like to see him, be a part of it in some way, shape, or form, but maybe this is a decision that was made by the family. I think in his shoes, he'd like to do it as long as he could physically do it. But when I'm 89, if I make it that long, you won't find me anywhere. I'll be hidden. I won't be jetting around the country and doing all that. But it's been an unbelievable career, and it's something that I don't think he ever envisioned when he was coaching ball at Indiana. I don't think that he thought, I'm not going to coach that much longer. But he sailed that and decided to do the television, and almost 40 years on TV. And, there were a lot of gamblers over the years that used to wait and see what Corso would pick when he was in his prime. And, nobody will ever pull off the headgear like that again. When he throws that mascot head on, the place goes nuts. And I will watch it one final time. I hope he's as sharp as he can be. But let's understand that at age 89, just don't have your fastball anymore to be talking football at a high level on a college football Saturday.
So I find it interesting. Being in the business, we respect everything that Pat McAfee has built and every job that he has, whether it's WWE or it's on Game Day and that high-profile spot that he's on. But I will say I do find it pretty interesting that if I happen to be around other people watching game day, a lot of the reaction is negative towards him. And he talked about it last year. He wasn't sure if he was going to come back, and Herbstreit talked him into it. I do think he's in a different spot now, though, where his profile is so high. Like, people automatically respect him, and maybe they're used to his style a little bit. But I don't know. Maybe it's different for you, but I've noticed that a lot of the college football fan masses, they don't like McAfee. It's too early in the morning for the whole McAfee bit. Like, they're just not in on it. Have you noticed any of that as well, or is it just me? Because I think part of it is, like, he came out the first couple of years, he's like, I don't watch college football. I don't know anything about college football, but I'm going to be an expert on this show. It's like, it was kind of weird.
He's a character. That's what he is. And I think there's a lot of injection of new blood into that show. You've seen, the roster definitely more from when it began with just Herbie and Corso. You got more guys on the desk now. You got Desmond Howard. You got Nick Saban out there, who's been
Desmond Howard,
an awesome addition. Yeah, well,
he sucks.
Remember one of the first promos we ever cut for our show when we started working together, when Saban was on picking all these games and he wasn't doing well? I'm like, yeah, it's not so easy, is it, to pick winners, coach?
Yep.
It's a different ball game when you got to assess the playing field. And, it's wild. You got, 80, 90 games, FBS and FCS on a Saturday sometimes, and you only pick, some of us only pick 3 or 4 games. Whittling down the list is never easy. They got to pick a bunch of games. They pick 10, 12 games sometimes. I think McAfee's fine. I don't mind him. He's a little much, but that's what he is. I mean, if you don't understand that, you're just not paying attention. I did love when him and Peyton Manning did Rocky Top in Knoxville when they orchestrated the song. That was good. Some of the things like jumping off the boat into the water, I can do without, but that's McAfee.
I remember that too.
Why is he jumping off the boat into the water? That has nothing to do with anything. But people watch, and most importantly with McAfee, I had one TV executive tell me this about McAfee. Whether you love him or hate him, you react to him, and you engage with him. And that's society now. Do you move the meter, yes or no, good or bad? That's what he does.
Yeah. Like I was saying earlier, there's a reaction, whether it's positive or negative. And guess what? They're still watching. So it can't be that bad. And there is a reaction. You're right there. Okay, what about lightning bets for this Thursday? Where you at?
I agree with Friedel on Miami, not to be a prisoner of the moment, but I'm gonna take the 1.5 with the Heat. I think there's a really good chance the Heat go off the favorite. We did see a little bit of a buyback. There's a varying opinion now. Pinnacle's back to 1.5 on Atlanta. So it moved to Miami -1. Now it's back to Atlanta -1. So they're going to fight around the pick. That's fine. I'll take a 1.5 with Miami. I bet that now because I still think there's a very high chance that Miami goes off the favorite tomorrow. So let me add the Heat for Friday night. And then just one baseball bet. I'm going to go White Sox, and I can go – they're betting that too. Good thing I bet that a little bit earlier. I bet +140. Same thing that happened yesterday with the Blue Jays. We talked about it during the show, and then an hour later, it's a lot lower. How about this, Gertz? Let's go +122 on the Chicago White Sox. That's an afternoon game on the south side, so I'm going to go Heat +1.5 and White Sox +122.
Are we going Tampa Bay as a dog against the New York Yankees?
I will do that too, but that's your play. I'm tailing you. Show bet. Squad bet.
Yes.
All right, fine. I'm in.
Okay, let's go. Let's go Rays. And now I see why we've had this big move on Cincinnati since last night. The listing starting pitcher for Seattle is not the starting pitcher. Everyone aware of that now. It's not Wu. It is Hancock. So now we're out to Cincinnati. The best price you can get is -122. It started at +105, and it moved 40 cents to where we are right now at a lot of spots to -135. So best price you can get on Cincinnati. That's where I'm going to go as far as that goes. I agree on the Heat. It's going to happen this year. We get a 10 seed in. So yeah, I get the +1, +1.5 while you can. So that we'll have plenty of NBA stuff, NHL stuff going on tomorrow. But yeah, might as well knock that one out as well. We certainly agree as far as Heat Hawks playing on Friday. Let's get to Paul and Jake. Anything to add for Lightning Bets, guys?
I believe Paul has nothing, as he said in the chat. I'm sneezing my face off.
Oh, did not.
Thoughts and prayers.
He's sneezing his face off.
Yeah, seems bad.
That's
like a
strong.
bad situation.
Allergies. Allergy season.
Yeah, I was getting it too.
Pollen count. Big pollen count days around here right now. Be like that. Also, it sucks. But anyway, some of us are still battling through a sty infection.
You sound under... I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
allergies for you too?
Yeah, allergies, sty infection, just everything's bad always, all the time here. But I digress. Good. We press on. Anyway, I only have one bet in the early games, and it's going to be Cal Raleigh over 1.5 total bases. Only hitting .217 this year, but he absolutely smokes Brady Singer, and in that ballpark, sure, I will take him to go over 1.5 total bases at plus money gladly. So that's going to be my only thing in the early games. The rest of the card and the college card, which actually is really good today for a Thursday. Bet slips and bet flips, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. BetMGM Network, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, my Twitter, Jake _son, if you care. Probably not.
Jake's very active on the social when he gets the bets right. Very active.
What about when he doesn't?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he just gets them all right from my vantage point.
Yeah, it's just green check marks as far as the eye can see, baby. No
cash
losers
bags,
over here. Just
dollars,
cash bags, and green check marks.
Money tongues, money tongue, all that.
So stupid.
Yep. Never
What am I going to do now? Oh, I did the bags last time. So let's do it the money tongue.
Did it again.
Money
good.
tongue god.
Jake.
Yep. He's working on the sign. It's going to be neon with the cord hanging. It's going to be terrific. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a Friday show coming up. Be here 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. It's Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with champions.